Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. If you are watching this when this is not live, be sure to skip ahead to the main content. You can check the description or the pinned comment for the timestamp. In the meantime, we're going to hang out in the waiting room, so I will see you soon. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to Try Day Friday. Today, we don't know what we're going to try yet. So if you have tuned in the past few Fridays, we've tried various things. So last Friday, we tried Java and Spring Boot. Before that, we tried making a 3D game with Godot. Before that, we tried Laravel. Before that, we tried Rust. And we also tried HTMX. So today, we will vote on the topic. There are a lot of potential topics listed here. Also, there are some issues that list topics as well. And as we're just getting started, we'll add to this list before we vote on what I try today. Now, we talked about on Wednesday, possibly not necessarily trying a framework or a coding thing. Maybe we try an app or a tool or something like that. And maybe if that doesn't take that long, maybe we do multiple. But that's the plan for today. Welcome in, everyone. I'm a little late. I apologize for that, but I appreciate you all being here. Like I said, let's say hello. Let's welcome everybody in, and then we'll start voting on topics. And Muli, thank you for the resub. Also, thank you to Harsh for the 100. Oh, I forget what the currency is, but they say they got their first web dev job, so that's awesome, Harsh. Harsh has been hanging out in the chat a lot over like the past year or so. So that's really good to hear. Is it rupees? Yeah, it's rupees. Thank you so much, Harsh. That's really kind of you. Cool. Any other supports? Yeah, default with the Prime. I appreciate that default as well. And then anyone else, if you have a Prime, I would appreciate it if you threw it my way. So yeah. And also, yeah, everyone in the chat, give a big congrats to Harsh, because that's awesome to hear. All right. Let's say hello to everybody. Someone should remind me. I want to tell you how the chat overlay works as well, because there is some customizations here. You can see people have set their country flags and they've set their team badges and stuff like that. So if you remind me, I will show you how to do that after. And Moshiko, thank you for the bits. You are also very kind. That's awesome. Thank you so much. All right, let's say hello. If you would like me to say hello to you, you can say hi, hello, hello, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, hi, us up, what's up, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding hi-yo, bohayo, or boga hey. Also, let me know where you're tuning in from, because it seems like we've got people from all over. Let's go back in time. An hour ago, Mark Boots was the first to say hello. I saw Mark Boots in the Coding Train live chat. And Purity Lake, thank you very much for the sub. That's awesome. Thank you. If you are not familiar, Coding Train is an amazing YouTube channel. I probably wouldn't be doing what I'm doing if it wasn't for the Coding Train. As you can tell, my blue screen and like setup is like very similar to what he does. So he's awesome. He's a huge inspiration. But I was hanging out in his live stream today. He was doing some stuff with the Google Gemini API. So Gemini is their large language model API. So definitely go check him out if you haven't. He does lots of videos on machine learning and processing in P5.js. Yeah, I saw quite a few people from the Coding Garden chat in his chat as well. And thank you, Mark Boots. Thank you for that gift. And we're in a hype train officially. Right now he only does YouTube live streams. I think he tried doing Twitch for a while, but these days it's mostly just YouTube. All right, let's keep saying hello. What is up? America 2050, good to see you. And hello, Dropmania and Demerca. Hello, Denveloper. Are you from Denver? That's cool. I'm from Denver too. If you are from Denver, Denveloper. And Alka, thank you for the resub. That's awesome. Heck yeah. I am Roos. Good to see you. What's up, Julian and Mark? Zero Turner, Moshiko, Finder the Icewing, and Alka, Prashant. Hello. What's up, Nixon, who's his first time viewer? Yeah, they mentioned they were trying to redeem Prime. Prime is only available in certain countries, so yeah, you may not be able to do it. And what's up, Dr. Phantom? And I think that's Harsh. The name, there's a bug in my overlay. It doesn't show your name. What's up, Jonah Joe and Scorpio? Malin, how's it going? What's up, Purity Lake and Bukhari Dev and Elad and Muli and hello, Thuril from Istanbul. Awesome. What's up, Nick Thiel and TG Digital and Java Guy and dub. How's it going? What's up, Eris? Who says, how's your mental health? You keep us sane, but how are you doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing really good. I think it took me a very long... So if you've been watching Coding Garden for a long time, you probably know that I was burnt out for a while. It took me a long time to recover. It took me a long time before I was like doing more frequent streams again. But I'm back. I'm in full swing. I'm back. So I am doing great. Thank you for asking, Harris. And hello, Default. What's up, Pink Rubber Boots from Aland Islands? I have no idea where that is. That's awesome. Let's look it up. Alond Islands. And Bob, thank you for the prime. You're too kind. Didn't you just gift like 25 last stream and you weren't subbed? Thanks. These are Finnish islands. That's awesome. I had no idea. Cool. What's up, Deepam? Good to see you. And SQL Gordster, hello. What's up, Peter Jeans and Delmont and my 7H404, hello. One line of me. And Debon, good to see you too. What's up, Z9? And Bob, hello. Welcome in, everyone. Was I burned out with my day job? Yeah, so I mean, that was like a year and a half ago. And it was, we've talked about burnout on the stream before. I think, yeah, we did a whole community discussion about burnout. And I talked about how my burnout wasn't from being overworked. My burnout was from not doing, not shipping features and spending a lot of time like waiting on things and also not necessarily doing the things that I wanted to be doing. So that's where my burnout came from. But yeah, it was mainly from my day job. Yeah. I mean, I was on Coding Train at this point. It was almost 5 years ago. But that was awesome. Yeah, Dan was super kind. I was in New York City, and he let me come on his show and teach about full stack web development. 5 years ago. Look at that. Yeah, September 2018. I was on the Coding Train. That was a fun one. Honestly, I mean, it's 5-year-old code, but if you're a complete beginner to like full stack and web dev, it actually is a really good introduction to the full stack. I build like a very simple front end and back end and talk about how the back end and the front end communicate. So yeah. I do not have an Apple Vision Pro. I don't plan on buying one. It seems fine. I've played around with VR before, so I actually have the Oculus Dev Kit 1. It's I can see it. It's in a box over there on one of my shelves. And I played around a little bit with VR, but honestly the bulkiness of it, I just was never able to get used to, and I think that's one of the biggest issues with VR. Like, I don't think I'll really be a daily user of VR until it's like just glasses, right? Like no like goggles or whatever. But yeah. Nice, welcome in from Denver as well. Oh, your real name is Denver. I see. Oh, nice, SQL Gorser. Well, at least we know your internet's working now. So now you have super fast internet. That's awesome too. Yeah, we're live on Twitch and YouTube for sure. Yeah, my chat is very broken. We'll have to fix it at some point. Yeah. Cool, but yeah, welcome in, everyone. It's good to see you all. Didn't know it was burnout. I thought it was real. I mean, it's a combination of both because, you know, like stuff happens in life too. So yeah. And from Macedonia, very good. Those laptop stickers are dope. Well, my friend, if you go to coding.garden/support, there's a link to Redbubble. Redbubble has some Coding Garden stickers, such as this one and the free debug sticker. And then these, and Protect, thank you for the prime. These holographic stickers are custom. And I was going to sell like shiny sticker packs. These are shiny sticker packs. We've got shiny TypeScript and shiny Angular and shiny Svelte and gold JavaScript and shiny Vue. I was going to sell these as sticker packs, but all of these logos have Creative Commons attribute share alike, meaning meaning I'm allowed to create my own customized versions of them and sell them for money as long as I say where I got them from. The Vue logo cannot be used for commercial purposes, and I was unable to reach out to the person in charge of that, so I didn't make the sticker packs. But so I may or may not do this, but some people have talked about how I'll catch up on the chat in just a second, but people have talked about how I could create a sticker pack where I say something like, you buy these stickers and then you get your framework sticker for free. So then like technically I'm not selling the Vue sticker, you know? I don't know. I have given away those shiny stickers just on stream before. If someone reminds me, I'll do a giveaway later when there are more people here. Yeah, my Vertigo says no to VR. Yeah, I never really got sick with VR, like motion sickness or anything, but to me, it's just cumbersome to wear for a long amount of time. Do I have an Apple Team ID for iOS app development? I do. I can't just. Well, actually, I don't even know if I got one. I had one for a year, and then I didn't re-up because I stopped developing my iOS app. Yeah. What's up, Mert? Developing for VR can be nauseating too when dealing with VR bugs and glitches. I could imagine, right? Like you're just sitting in your VR headset all day coding. Yeah. And Protect says, I'm definitely going through some sort of burnout that's similar, waiting months and months on shared services to ship the simplest features only to be told to get stuff done. Yeah. And honestly, I read a thread recently on Reddit, and most of the people in there were talking about how their burnout came from just, first of all, not working on things that they enjoyed, and then like not shipping features. So basically having to wait on other people or having to jump through too many hoops to get things done. Yeah. Why don't we have a highlight for how the chat works? We could do that. It's also kind of just part of the hellos to show people how to do it. I don't know. And Protect, thank you for the Prime. Google had a Glass-like product, but they've given up on it. It was ahead of its time. I have one. Should we do a show and tell while everybody's getting here? Let's do a show and tell. I'm going to show you my Google Glass and my Oculus Dev Kit one. Oh, it's a dev kit 2. Never mind, it's not a dev kit 1, it's a dev kit 2. Also, it's covered in dust. I don't know what I did with my Google Glass. I thought it was in a box. Oh, I think I see it. Just a second. I have no idea where it is, but this is a dev kit 2. Check it out. I don't even know if this thing is supported anymore. And the other thing is, for the longest time, I didn't have like a VR capable PC. So yeah, that's the thing. But yeah, when the Google Glass came out, I was like super excited about it, and I got one because I was like, all right, I'm gonna make apps for it, and then it really wasn't what you would expect. It's not exactly augmented reality. It's kind of just like a floating window. Honestly, now that I think about it, what they had was very similar to Apple Vision Pro, because Apple Vision Pro, a lot of the demos they show is literally just a window floating. Now, I do know they have, like, they can detect depth, and they can do more augmented reality type things, but a lot of what they show is kind of just like a window floating. Yeah. But we don't know what we're going to try yet today. We're going to wait for people to come in, and then we'll do a vote. Yeah. Yeah. Redbubble ships all over the world, so if you're trying to get stickers from Redbubble, they will ship all over the world. When I give stickers away, I also ship anywhere that the United States Postal Service will let me ship to. So. Yeah. Oh yeah, nice, Iros. I'm glad to hear it. They got some shiny stickers too. What's up, Hemoglobin? Hemoglobin, welcome in. Been learning web dev slowly but surely, starting a mess around with AWS. Nice. Yeah, I need to find my Google Glass. Where could it be? There's not many places it could actually be. I want to show you. Let me show you. Found it. It's just a white box. It's really hard to tell, but it does say Google Glass. So when this came out, I even went to a wearable devices conference in San Francisco, and I walked around the whole conference with my Google Glass on. So that was a thing. Cool, but yeah, this was way ahead of its time. I think for the longest time, they started to do more like corporate things rather than trying to be like a consumer device. But yeah, Google Glass. The weather in Denver is weird. It was like, I don't know exactly, but it was over 60 degrees Fahrenheit yesterday. It's about 16 degrees Celsius, like over 16 degrees Celsius yesterday. But it's supposed to snow this weekend. So, yeah. You were doing a SIM card analysis lab. That sounds fun. What's up, Kyle? Yeah, I've been good. What's up, Farshid? Good to see you. We're live. Yeah. Yeah. VR Shmiar. What's up, Noko? Good to see you too. Can I talk about cross-site request forgery? I will do my best to do a Web Security Wednesday next week. Because I did say we were going to talk about CSurf and then we never did, but it's time. So we're going to try to do that next week. Yeah, I've been lurking in Finite Singularity stream as well. I don't know, OBS plugins, I have no idea what would be involved with that. I think it typically involves like shaders, right? I know nothing about shaders. What's up, Jack? Welcome in. And Vittorio, and Siraj, and WebNeat. And Eddie, good to see you. I lose my glasses all the time too. Yeah. What's up, Ricky? Good to see you. Can I talk about? Yeah. Eventually. And what's up, Zwedex? Good to see you. Oh yeah, I just said hello, hemoglobin. That's all. I don't know if they ditched. I think maybe they did. Maybe they're working on something new. But yeah. I had a friend who once said Google Glass is a bad idea. What if someone just across? Yeah. Well, I think that's the other thing is if they have they've slowly worked on like the keyword detection to make sure that it can detect individual people instead of just the keyword. Yeah. I haven't done it recently, but I want to get back into it. Mainly I say this even though the weather has been nice the past few weeks, but I've been busy with other things. Mainly the weather in the winter here is very cold, so it's harder to do like IRL streams, which is what I was doing on the W3CJ channel. But I hope to get back into that as well. I think so. First of all, I think a lot of the hate for Google Glass came from the fact that people didn't want a camera being pointed at them all the time. There's a camera right there, so that's one thing. And then it's a bit cyborgish to just be wearing it all the time. I think I'm gonna keep this on at least for now because it's actually really funny. All right, what's up, Wizman? Welcome in. Let me show you how to customize your chat. So you will see that people like Eddie have a flag on their name. So Eddie has their flag set to the Sao Paulo flag, and also they have the Linux team. Who else do we got? We've got Vittorio, who has the Italy flag, and they're on the JavaScript team. We've got Mark Boots, who has the Netherlands flag and the Godot team. We've got Alka, who has the Houston, Texas flag, and the Adobe After Effects team. So you too can set your team and your flag. All of that info, and also thanks everyone for the hype train. I really appreciate that. Yeah, thank you all. All that info for setting your stuff up is here, but I'll walk you through it. If you go to the Font Awesome brand cheat sheet, it has a bunch of brands and icons, and if you pick the name from here, you can use that as your team. Also, if you check out Simple Icons, they have their slugs. You can pick one of these and then set that as your team as well. And if you go directly to simpleicons.org, you can see the preview of the themes. Let's pick my team. Who do I want to be today? Yeah. Yeah, you were used as an example. I mean, you're in the chat. Let's see. I kind of just want to do Firefox. Let's add Firefox. I think it should literally just be Firefox. Oh, there's Firefox, and then there's Firefox browser. Ooh. Well, I'm just going to use Firefox. So in the chat, if I do !team, followed by the team name, now all of my messages will have the Firefox logo on them. And you can do you can set them both on YouTube and Twitch. Right now, my team on YouTube is Android, but I can set it to Firefox here. Yeah. And then if you want to set your flag, you can use your 2-character country code. So if you do ! flag, followed by your 2-character country code, for me, it's US because I'm in the United States, and you have to make sure it's the 2-character country code. That will set it. So if I do that, then my flag is set to the United States. But we also have state, province, and some city flags available. So if you check out our flags repo here, there's a folder called SVG, and if you see your country as a folder, then that means we also have states or provinces for that, or provinces for that country. So for example, if you click on US, we have all 50 US state flags. So if you want to set a state flag, you can do flag and then do US / the 2-character abbreviation for the state. And now I should get the Colorado flag, and I have it. Check that out. Wow. And then lastly, if a state or a province has a folder, then that means we also potentially have cities. So if I go into the Colorado folder, we can see we have Colorado Springs and Denver. So if I want to set my flag to the Denver flag, I can do US, Colorado, Denver. You basically just follow the URL path. And at that point, I should have the Denver flag like that. Nice to see all the teams and country flags in the chat too. Yeah, we got Zico from Pakistan with the PHP team. That's awesome. Air is not nil from South Africa with the Go flag. Scorpio with the Bangladesh flag. Nice. Julian with the Belgium flag. And what is that? I think it's a .NET team. Nice. The glasses are Google Glass. Google Glass. But yeah, unfortunately, I am gonna have to ban you in the chat. If you change your username, then I will allow you to come back, but you can't have that username here. Cool. All right, I'm gonna take these off now. All right, that's how the chat works. Welcome in. Let me plug in my laptop, and let's vote on some topics. So, like I said, we have a list of potential topics, and those are something machine learning related. It actually could be pretty fun to try and integrate with the Google Gemini AI API. And Demonical, thank you for the Prime. That's awesome. And we'll add these to the list: React Native, Expo, Flutter. Let me just get a list going, because I'm going to plug all of these into a voting website. Actually, I guess I have them here, but we also have. I mean, I don't think I have done React Native on stream before. Maybe I have when we were doing the Coding Garden community app. Flutter would be an option too. Yeah, we'll add those to the list for sure. Okay. Shadsi and with Astro, we could combine them. That could be interesting. What's up, Vance? Welcome in. Yeah, and then we'll have the ones from the issue tracker in the list as well. But if you give me a second, I accidentally closed the chat. Ooh. We will also grab these. So we've got Alpine.js. We've got Feathers Pina. And when we vote on all of these, I'll tell you what they all are if you have not heard of them. We've also got Ember.js. And then, yeah, we'll use the runoff voting website after we narrow this list down to like 4. We're going to narrow this down to like 4 topics, and then we'll use ranked choice voting for the top 4. You have Dino fresh on here. Do they have a new release? Oh. Could be interesting to do. Yeah, let's put that on the list. Should you use React Native or Expo? These Expos. Expo is kind of big shot. I don't have the experience to answer that question. I don't know. I'm not in the React Native world. Yeah, Bun in Esia. What is Esia? Elijah? Ergonomic framework for humans. Oh, we heard about this a while back when we were doing like Dino. But yeah, this is like a backend web framework, but it works inside of Bun. Huh. I've literally never heard of it, but we can add it to the list. You have to use it with Bun? Quick start. System requirements, Bun. What else does it give you beyond like request handlers? Because yeah, that's what I'm thinking is like, if you're gonna be doing this, why not use Hono? Because then Hono can run on any runtime. So if you look at here, Hono is a similar thing. Like it has a similar Express style API, but it can run on anywhere. It can run on Cloudflare workers, Pages, Dino, Bun, Fastly, Vercel, Netlify. But apparently this can only run on Bun. I'm curious what it supports aside from just like backend routes. Can it do server rendering or like page-based routing? I guess it has type guards and validators. That's cool. Hono has that too. I don't know. This is we'll figure out if that's what we choose, I guess. But we might as well add Hono to the list. Okay. Anything else we should add to this list before we do a vote? Apache Kafka with Event Store DB. So that's something I just have not played around with before. But I do know it's like a message queuing system. So that could be interesting to look into. Yeah. I don't normally build mobile apps. So that's, I mean, if I had to build a mobile app, I honestly would probably do, so this is a greater conversation because it really depends on what you're actually trying to do in your mobile app. But if I'm building something that doesn't need like high performance graphics or like true native, like close to the metal native access, I probably would just use Capacitor because this is a hybrid mobile platform. The idea here is it's a mobile app, but it's running inside of a web view. So you can just do all the same web development stuff that you're used to, but they have APIs and plugins to give you native access to stuff like this. But again, if you're trying to do like very high performance visualizations and stuff like that, you're not going to be able to do that with this because the app is literally running inside of a browser view. But because I am a web developer and I already know how to build web apps, this would be the easiest for me. Even if you're using like React Native, you still have to learn about all the intricacies of React Native itself. Like you're technically using React, but you still have to learn about how React Native works. The only things React Native has in common with like web React is the way you define components and compose components. Everything else is like custom for React Native. Yeah. And then Dart would be like if you're using like Flutter. .NET Maui. We should put that on the list, yeah, because it's not on there. Elixir, yeah. jQuery 4? Is that like I'm not familiar. Did they like make like a slimmed down version? Yeah. I haven't done anything with Hugo. So Capacitor, you can use whatever you want. Capacitor is agnostic. You could use vanilla.js if you wanted to. If you combine it with Ionic, Ionic then has components that will work with React or Angular. I think they even have them for Vue. But Ionic is purely UI components. Capacitor is the thing that gives you like native access. So, I mean, I don't know why we're diving into all of this, but there was a Tailwind-based UI framework that looks like native mobile. If anybody remember what it's called? Yeah. A TypeScript plugin or transformer? I've never done that in my life. Okay. Yeah. I don't know if I would do this one today, like platform as a service or backend as a service. In terms of like comparing the deployments, this could be cool to do though, because we could look at fly.io. I haven't used it. I think it's render.com. I think I have used that one. There was another one that we hosted our Postgres database on. There are others that we could potentially, maybe we just try to deploy a simple Express backend and see what those frameworks are like. Yeah. Is TanStack router? It's not. It's not. Now at this point, I kind of have to stop adding things to the list because we gotta just vote. Yeah, I think .NET Blazor should be on the list because we have talked about that in the past. Yeah, we'll put Zig on here too. .NET Maui is like what Xamarin became whenever Microsoft acquired them. We've tried Tari on stream before, so I don't think I would want to do that again. Maybe eventually, but not anytime soon. Typia. We need to organize this list as well, because some of it is like web framework, some of it's like languages. Consta UI I think is the one we're thinking of. Yes, so check this out. This is a Tailwind-based UI framework that gives you UI components that look like native mobile UI components. So this is the iOS theme. We can even do like the dark theme, and everything is themed to look like iOS, but it's just Tailwind. It's just Tailwind classes that you can add to your elements. And then you could also swap it out for the material theme, so that way it now starts to look more like Android. But what I was saying is you could use Consta UI in combination with something like Capacitor, and then you don't have to use the Ionic components. So yeah, we should put PlanetScale on the list. Like honestly, like we have a whole list of what do you call it? Serverless database platforms. Yeah, so I think what we have to do first is we have to organize these, and then after we organize them into topics, we'll vote on the overall topic, and then once we choose an overall topic, we'll vote on the things within that topic. Yeah. Cool. All right, first of all, my chat is really annoying me, so I'm actually going to fix the fact that it keeps disappearing so frequently. So let me do that. I have to do that. I have to do that right now. Remove it altogether? No, the issue is when the chat isn't moving fast, messages stay on the screen way too long, and then I just don't like seeing them there. So first of all, I'm going to increase it to 60 seconds. That's the first thing I'll do. But I'm also going to give you a lesson in unmaintainable code bases before I do that, because this whole chat UI is hacked together. So if you look at the code base, there are 4 different places where I have specified the timeout for the fade. And this is not good. So in the world of software development, a single source of truth is awesome because it reduces the amount of places that you have to change something. Also, magic numbers are bad. Like this is also like a magic number here. So let's put it into config. We're gonna do a quick lesson on refactoring this code so that it's more maintainable. Because right now, if I wanted to update my overlay, I would have to go to 4 different places and change this number to 60. And then I'd have to go to this one, etc. But we don't want to do that. we want to change it in one place and then we're done. And that's a more maintainable code base. So let's look at our app to see if we have a place to put it. We have lib, client. Apparently we don't even have like a config. Let's create a config.ts. And then we're going to export an object. And we'll call this message visibility timeout. Milliseconds. I'm just laughing because it's so long. But I want this to be 60 milliseconds, so it's going to be 60 times 1,000. Okay, so our config is defined there. Now, if I ever want to change this timeout again, I can go to that one spot. Also, if I wanted this to be configurable in the UI, I could even make this like a Vue.js store so that it could be updatable. But I'm not going to go that far. I don't want it configurable in the UI. It's just going to be configured in the code. So now we find every place where I'm doing the thing, and we replace it with config.message visibility timeout milliseconds. So, and again, this is old bad code that's constantly hacked together because I don't ever have the time to maintain it or do the right thing. But we're going to import config from lib/config like this. And apparently my TypeScript types are out of it's okay. I'm not here to fix everything else. But what we are here to do is fix this. So right here, config.message visibility timeout milliseconds. Great. So that's there. And then we also want to change it here. And this is in the same file, so it already has that import. And then we need to change it over here too. So put it there. We'll put it here. And then this file is broken because it needs to import config. So up here's, we'll import config from libconfig. Great. So now that it's in one nice configurable spot, if I ever want to make that if I ever want to make that change again, I only have to change it in one place. I just go to lib, config, I change it here, and then everywhere that needs it uses this value. That's great. The other thing I want to change is, so there's two timeouts. There's a timeout that hides the button bar, and then there's a timeout that hides the messages. I want to increase the timeout of hiding the button bar. So let me do that. And I think that's just in one spot, but I have to find it. And I'm ashamed of my code, so I'm going to hide my screen because it's a mess. This code is open source. If you want to make fun of me, you can go to the repo and look how messy this code is. But for my own dignity, I'm not going to show you the code while I find where this timeout is. Message visibility, faded opacity. Oh, and then I can make it fade. That's not a horrible idea, right? So instead of doing opacity 0, I could do opacity like 0.2. And so it's less visible, but still visible. I don't know. I kind of do jump around. For the longest time, I was using SvelteKit, but before that, I was a big fan of Vue and doing a lot of Vue. But for my job, when I was employed as a software developer, I was building everything with React. So yeah, you can say I jump around. It can't be worse than React code. Oh, it is. It is very, it's very worse. All right. I think I have okay, maybe the visibility timeout is in the list. Action bar. Put it in the config. I need to find where it's fading out though. Like who's fading this out? And I have no idea. Okay, there's an active class. Where do I add? I know you can't see my code. I honestly just 7 stars. I completely agree with that. But the issue is, it's really easy to write bad React code. That's the main issue. Because, I mean, in my long software career, the excuse of, oh, well, just get good, write better code, like, it's getting really old, because if the framework doesn't set you up for success, like, no one usually has the time to figure out the right way to do things. And so if the framework can set you up for success ahead of time, you run into those issues way less. And I would argue that Vue.js and Svelte set the developer up for success ahead of time and prevent you from having messier code bases. Like, and again, it's not impossible to have a messy Svelte or Vue code base, but it, in my experience, happens less than in a React code base. I mean, and that also comes down to the nature of React and how every React app, you're assembling your own stack. Oh, I found it. Active timeout. I'm sitting here coding while I'm showing. Right. I see. The active timeout is 5 milliseconds. That's honestly the issue. I am not going to put this in the config. I'm just going to increase it to 10 seconds. The learning curve for Vue and Svelte is actually a lot less steep. It's easier to be more productive early on with Vue and Svelte, and that is, I mean, there's honestly, I feel like you could take anything I'm saying here and like get mad at me for like a hot take or whatever else, but ultimately, Vue and Svelte, if you already know HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, it's very familiar. It doesn't introduce any new okay, technically it introduces templates. You still have to learn about the template language, but with React, you have to learn about JSX. And that's, I don't know how to convey this, but it's a lot harder to teach beginner programmers really even the syntax of JSX than it is to show them, all right, you know this thing HTML that you're already familiar with? Here's a few extra things to give you templating, which is basically what you do like with Vue and Svelte. And this is purely my experience. You might have a different experience, but in my experience, teaching beginners React and JSX is very hard. They make so many weird little syntax mistakes. But with Vue and Svelte, because it's more like HTML-ish, beginners have a much easier time. All right, I think we're almost there. I'm building the app now. I think I can show this, ideally. So it's an Electron app. I'm running the build, and then after I build it, I can open it. And honestly, I didn't even test. I probably should have tested it, but my code seems fine. We're testing in production, I guess. Oh, I forget my app is my chat app isn't open. Here we go. So that creates dist electron. And then we have a Mac ARM64. So if I do open this, ta-da! We did it. That was a fun aside. And we also learned a little bit about writing maintainable code bases. Now, if I completely broke it and it doesn't disappear at all, that's on me. But at least for right now, it won't just start disappearing as frequently. Oh, we do this all the time on Coding Garden. Pushing to prod on a Friday. Yeah. Okay. Is Electron still a memory hog? Probably, but I got 16 gigs of memory. What else am I going to do with it? You know? Let's now organize our list of topics, and then we'll vote on the topic category, and from there we'll vote on topics. Okay, so machine learning. This is like I don't know, like programming concepts, I guess. Honestly, I think like just AI can be its own category. All right. We then have like meta frameworks. So we'll call this JS meta frameworks. Astro is under that. And then also Adonis.js would be under that. What else? We then have like front-end frameworks. Actually, do I have 30? I don't know. I have the M1 Mac. I don't know how much RAM it has on it. But I guess that's what I mean. Is like I'm not like Electron has never slowed down any of my computers. I had like an old 2015 MacBook Pro that used to run this just fine. Okay, front end frameworks. We have our Ember.js. I guess would we put Alpine under? I think we'll put Alpine in this list. It's less full featured than like Ember, because Ember is comparable to like Angular or React or Vue. Probably the most similar to Angular in that it's very opinionated. And then yeah, we'll have a section for backend frameworks, and then just a general .NET section. Okay. I think I'm gonna also put things like ShadC in here underneath front end frameworks, because like it's not a front end framework in the same way that like React or Vue is a front end framework, but it is a UI framework. Maybe we come up with another category. Languages. Elixir is under that. API, like REST API alternatives. gRPC is in this list. Also, tRPC is in this list. Also, the Hono stack is in this list. 2 minutes, ad break in 2 minutes. Cool. We'll finish this list hopefully before the ad break. Let's do like backend libraries. Backend JS libraries. We're going to throw Drizzle on there. Mobile dev. We'll throw React Native, Flutter. Feathers Pina would be... We'll just call this... Let's call this section front-end JavaScript. Because Feathers Pina is a library that you would use with Vue.js if you're using the Pina store in Vue.js. But then you would need a Feathers backend for that. But I don't know. Good enough. Dino Fresh is going to be here under Meta Frameworks. Alicia and Bun will also be under Meta Frameworks. Hono, back in JS libraries. Yeah, that. Do we have a databases section? Maybe we do. What do we call Apache Kafka? So I know that it is a message queue. Do we have anything else that would even fit? For now, I'm just going to do a miscellaneous section. I'm going to miscellaneous section. All right, Hugo isn't exactly. It's a bit of a meta framework. Handstack router is going to go under JS libraries. JS libraries and frameworks. Yeah, a message queue is a way of like it's kind of like distributed computing, like production / distributed computing. It's not something you need until you have an app that has multiple moving parts and needs to keep multiple things potentially in sync. But the idea of a message queue is let's say you have some other process or API, it can insert a message into the queue, and then some completely separate or other API or backend service can then listen for messages in that queue. So you see this a lot with also like microservices where you have multiple backend APIs that need to communicate in some way. That is that. What is Typea? Somebody mentioned this had something to do with... honestly, DevOps is probably the best category for that. Let's do it. Let's do a DevOps category. Typea, a validation library. No extra schema required, just fine with pure TypeScript to type. Fascinating. Do we add specifically a TypeScript category? I think we'll just put it under JS libraries. TypeScript plug. We're gonna have a TypeScript category. And then Zig is a language. This is actually the language used to build the Bun runtime. And then we need a databases section. Actually, if we do production, DevOps, and deployment, actually, how about we just have, we still have production DevOps, but what if we have platforms? Because PlanetScale is, even though it's specific to databases, it technically is a it's a platform. Because we could also try Neon. I think PlanetScale is MySQL, Neon is Postgres, and there's some others too. We'll never finish this list. Well, hey, there's a lot of Fridays left in the span of the existence of planet Earth as we know it. So we'll eventually get to this stuff. All right, is everyone happy with my categories? Is it too many categories? Let's see if we can consolidate. I think I'm just going to combine this into the. I'm going to combine TypeScript into the to this category. All right, backend frameworks. I guess Elixir is technically a backend framework, right? Is Elixir the language and like Phoenix is the framework? No, Elixir is the programming language. Elixir is a language. Okay, cool. Mobile development, REST API alternatives, production or DevOps, and then platforms and deployment. Oh, the ads were happening? Sorry, everyone. This wasn't that interesting, though. Honestly, I'm going to put platforms. I'm just going to put all of this in this category. You probably told me. I didn't see. Yeah, I'll push the list, and we'll do the poll. But the poll is going to be the top level, and then once we pick a top level, we'll do a poll on the things within that list. I'm also going to add here the Google Gemini API, and then also the OpenAI API. I spelled Gemini. Gemini. I need, honestly, I need an overlay to pop up when the ads are happening. Yeah. I don't necessarily like mixing and matching, like default is saying. But yeah. Just because if I'm learning something completely new, I don't want to introduce too many new things. You know, I like to have some, at least one foot on the ground of something I'm familiar with. Open source backend in one file. Yeah, this would be like a database technology. But it's more so, I mean, it's a database technology and a library. Okay. Let's vote. So now we are going to vote on these categories. If you pick a category, we're then after that going to choose a category, or sorry, choose something from within that category. Here we go. Use C#C and Node.js to create an app. That just sounds like a, not a try day Friday, but like weird. We should do this, like a weird tech challenge. Like, can you combine these things in some interesting way? Because it would be fun to learn about like interprocess communication and things like that. Let's vote. Weird Wednesday, yeah. All right. Oh yeah, and I'll push this. I'll push this up too. All right, we've got the category of AI, JS meta frameworks. backend frameworks. I feel like we could fill out that list a little bit more. If one of the categories gets chosen that, I know you can't see this, but if one of them gets chosen that only has a couple, we'll add a few more to the list before we vote for it. Backend JavaScript. REST API alternatives. I mean, honestly, we could even add, let's just add GraphQL to the list because I've only done GraphQL on stream like a couple of times. Programming languages, mobile development, and DevOps and platforms. All right. The question: what are JS meta frameworks? I'll link this in the chat, and I'll also update. No, I'm not going to update the today command just yet, but if you go to this GitHub repo, it's all here. But JS meta frameworks are things like Astro, Elysia, Fresh. Yeah, it's going to be hard to choose, but you'll pick one, and then we'll go from there. But if you want to see this list further defined, you can go to that GitHub repo. Here comes the poll. So 1 vote per IP address, no VPNs. Let's go. There's not a category for desktop. We'll do that eventually. We already have plenty of categories. All right, so if you'd like to vote, go here. No cheating. Only vote once. And we will let's give you 5 minutes to vote, because I'm also going to give you an opportunity to go look at the list and decide. No cheating. No cheating. Did I forget JavaScript libraries and frameworks? I did. How's that even possible? All right. Recount. Edit. Oof. Can I duplicate the poll? We have to do a new one. We have to do a new one because people voted without seeing that in the thing. Okay. Oh, I forgot. Doesn't matter. All right. New link. Vote here. All right. And again, if you want to see the sub list, you can go to github.com/codinggarden/tridayfriday. You're voting on the major topic, and then after that, we're going to vote on the thing within that topic. Why don't I vote? I don't want to sway the vote. I'm leaving it up to the peoples. I mean, so if I think about content brain, right? If I want more people watching, AI is a hot topic, right? If I choose AI, more people will tune in. Honestly. Also, I guess mobile development is pretty hot too. Personally, what would I want to do? I don't think I would include WebSockets here, just because. I mean, you could technically, but as far as I know, like the only frameworks around WebSockets are things like Socket.io or even like Feathers.js, which can work on top of Socket.io. These more so are about how you structure the way that data is requested and the way that you send data back. So that's not quite WebSockets. I would put WebSockets under like backend stuffs. Mobile. This, I mean, that could be interesting. We might even do a runoff. All right, I'm gonna give it 30 seconds, and then we're gonna do a runoff vote with the top 3 topics. Yeah, and I've heard of .NET SignalR, but I have not used it myself. CMSs could be interesting. I don't do a lot of CMS work, but yeah, it could be fun to look into some of those. I can't remember the names of a lot of them. I think there's one that's called like Directus. That seemed pretty interesting. There's another one too. Honestly, we should add Haskell to the list. I've only done a little bit of Haskell, and it was a struggle. It was a very big struggle. All right. New vote with the top 4. Oh, dang it. I don't know what the top 4 were. Let's go see what the top 4 were. AI, mobile development, JavaScript frameworks, and backend frameworks. AI, mobile development, JavaScript meta frameworks. Did I get? Yeah, I got that. And then backend frameworks. Okay, these are your choices. What? It's a new poll, right? Oh, thanks, Rowan. I cut it a few weeks back. Yeah. What just happened here? Duplicated again? AI, mobile development, JavaScript frameworks, backend frameworks. Okay. AI, mobile development, JavaScript framework, meta frameworks. Has anybody tried? Okay, nobody's even tried voting yet. Good. This is it, right? It's not a scam. AI, mobile development, JavaScript meta frameworks, backend JavaScript. No, backend frameworks. Oh. We'll get there, everybody. Thank you for bearing with me. We'll get there. Okay. New poll. It is Friday. Yeah, happy Friday, everybody. All right, I'm going to give you exactly 1 minute and 30 seconds to vote in this new poll. And then there's a lot of polls today, but then we'll do another poll after that for the given category. Now, how many of you just coded up a bot to vote in this poll? Yeah, it's a poll for our polls, basically. Yeah, it's interesting to see. This is surprising to me because mobile dev hasn't even been on the list until today. So that's cool. It's very cool. You got a minute left to vote. And AI is not far off. Can I do a stream on how to create a bot for that? No, just because it's borderline illegal because you're doing a lot of nefarious things. First of all, you're potentially bypassing CAPTCHAs. You are using proxies to submit multiple votes, and you're potentially scraping and automating this website, and their terms of service are probably say no to that. So no, I will not show you how to do that. But I just gave you all the things you could Google if you want to figure out how to do it. Yeah. Haskell is fun for one-off scripts that manipulate data. It could be interesting to see. Yeah, I a lot of times I just default to you forgot your like sarcasm. Yeah, everyone's taking notes. All right, time's up, and mobile development is the winner. Yeah, that is very surprising to me. Let's fill out this list a little bit more because right now we only have React Native and Flutter. We also could do Capacitor. And then, I mean, does .NET Maui let you do mobile dev? Yes, yes. Create your app. I guess it does. We'll put it on the list. No, so I mean, less people voted than our viewing, but that's usually the way things goes. The ways things go. Now, do we put Ionic on this list? I really don't want to put Ionic on this list. How about this? It will be in the same category as Capacitor, and then we will decide if we do that or not. Okay, we could do native Swift, which would be like iOS. We could do native Kotlin or Java, which would be Android. So Ionic lets you, they use web components, so you can use Angular, Vue, or React. They might even allow Svelte now. Does Qt have a way of doing mobile dev? Objective-C? No, we would use Swift. Okay, so here's the things to consider. These are like cross-platform, in that single code base, multi-platform. These are only one platform. Though I do think Kotlin has a cross-platform thing too. Yeah, or write once, debug everywhere. The idea with these are you could write a mobile app with these, and then you can build that app for Android or iOS with the same code base. Now, you might have some things that are specific to each platform depending on what you're trying to do, but for the most part, this gives you a single code base to do that. If you're doing it natively, like using the things provided by the platform, that app will only work on that platform. So actually, NativeScript is another thing to add here, for sure. And then all of these are like JS style. Unity for mobile apps? I don't know if I want to jump into Unity just yet. Yeah, and then Kotlin does have a multi-platform, but I don't know what's involved with all of that. So, but let me just show you what these things are, so you can make an informed decision whenever you are voting. Let's start with the JS stuff because this is a web dev stream, but I have a feeling you all are going to vote for something that isn't web dev. All right, let's look at React Native. Now, React Native allows you to build cross-platform mobile apps using Reactisms. What do I mean by that? This is the code required to make this mobile app. And you'll notice it looks familiar if you're a React developer. This is a functional component. They have the view component, the header component, the text component, and these basically you write your code like this, and when your app is built and bundled, React Native then translates this into the native platform. So, for instance, if you're building for iOS, it's going to use like the iOS, I think, what's it called? Apple or Swift UI? There's a specific native UI framework for iOS that when you bundle this for iOS, it translates it to use those instead. Similarly, if you were to build this app for Android, it then converts all of these things into Android UI. So you write your code like this, and then you can build it for multiple platforms. Now, they have a whole like framework for like fast reload, and you'll get like developer messages in your UI and stuff like that. And then beyond that, there is this thing called Expo, which is basically you build apps with React Native, but it's like a platform for it. Ari has a thing now? I didn't know they did. I'll add it to the list. Alpha release. I don't know if we want to do alpha. Maybe we could. It could be fun. Whoa. That's sick. We'll put it on the list. Yeah. And then we'll put Kotlin multi-platform on there. It is Rust, but you are doing an npm install. Like they give you a JavaScript API that's doing Rust under the hood. Vue Native, last I checked on Vue Native, they were just a wrapper around React Native. Are they still that? And it's been deprecated. If we want to do Vue, we're either going to do NativeScript or Capacitor. And we'll talk about that next. Okay, so React Native lets you use React style code to build mobile apps. But I think one thing to note here is you don't see a single like actual HTML element, right? There's no div, there's no p tag. You don't use any of that because you have to use their custom components so that it knows how to translate it into a mobile app. But you can use everything you know about React, like hooks, functional components, to build the app. And also like component composition. So that's React Native. Expo is a platform on top of React Native that gets you a lot more stuff and like easy deployment. And they have like a CLI tool. So if React Native gets chosen, we'll decide whether or not we decide to use Expo. Okay, so that's React Native. The thing to also note about this is when you compile and run your app, it is running as a native application. So you write your code like this, but the built and compiled and bundled app is almost the same as if you had written it in native code as well. Now, I say almost the same. There's going to be some caveats there because there is technically still like a JavaScript bridge, but the UI elements are native UI elements. There's that. All right, NativeScript is a similar thing, but instead of using React, you can just use the JavaScript that you know and love. So if we chose this, we would choose, do we want to use Vue or Svelte? I feel like if we were doing React, we wouldn't use NativeScript. We would just use React Native. But same idea here. I think if we look at an example of tutorials, preview. Oh. NativeScript preview, start developing mobile apps with only one dependency. Yeah, so I think this is kind of like their Expo. But I guess this is kind of what I want to show you. They have components that you'll use, like the page component or the action bar component, depending on what framework you choose. So if you choose Vue, you're going to have components you can use there. If you choose Svelte, you're going to have components you can use there as well. And it's a similar idea that you're not going to see any like p tags or divs or h1s because you have to use their specific components because they translate those into native elements. No matter who wins, I don't know. We've already been live for an hour and a half. Okay, so that's NativeScript. That's React Native. Now we'll talk about Tari Native because I think it's a similar thing. I mean, oh, okay. So Tari Alpha was 2022. Yeah, it says mobile coming soon. We're gonna take Tari Native off the list just because I don't know. I don't know. But we will talk about Ionic and Capacitor because it's good to differentiate between like React Native or NativeScript, because Ionic and Capacitor are what are known as hybrid mobile platforms. So, and I guess one of the best ways to show this, actually, I think we could technically add, what's the view based one? Quasar. Quasar is the one. Yeah, and then Cordova is used less these days, as far as I know. Capacitor has kind of been the replacement for Cordova, but Quasar is another one that we'll look at. But the Ionic framework, if you go to their site, you can look at like the components they provide. And so, for example, if we look at like a card's going to look like this, and they give us these components we can use that give us that UI. And for instance, what's something that's like really native looking? Yeah, there's that. And you can also see, depending on the platform that it's running on, it'll swap out the theme. So you can have it look like Material, or you can have it look like iOS. You can also choose your framework. So you can use Angular, Vanilla.js, and web components, React, or Vue. But the thing to note about Ionic is it is running on top of this thing called Capacitor. And this is, in terms of lineage, this is similar to Cordova, but it's a whole new platform, and all the plugins have been rewritten and recreated for this. But the idea is your mobile app is literally just a browser view. So there's a native aspect to the app that you're building, and that like it is going to be a native app running on the device. But when the app launches, it just launches a web view, and then your web app gets loaded inside of that web view, which means when we're using something like this, we can use divs and p tags and different stuff like that. Yeah, if you're familiar with the Electron concept, it's very similar to that concept in that all of our code is running inside of a web view. So think, yeah, and they have a whole CLI for like generating the app. But whenever you generate the app, it literally gives you a folder that just has like web files inside of it. And then if you add the iOS platform, it's going to create an iOS project that literally just loads your web project into a web view. It's not a scam. It's not. I would say the reason you would choose something like Capacitor is if you're already a web developer, but you want to make a mobile app. Because like I showed with React Native, you still technically are using React, but you have to learn all about their custom components and all about the caveats of using that stuffs. But if you use something like Capacitor, it's just running inside a web view, so you can use all the web dev stuff that you know. But then when you want to do native things, you use their plugins. So for example, they have a file system plugin, and you just install it, and then in your code, and you have to do specific things depending on the platform that you're targeting, but that's just like configuration. But then from there, this is just plain old JavaScript that's going to be running inside of a web browser. And so you have this thing, file system and directory, and from there, it just has methods that you can call on it. But under the hood, when you say file system.readFile, if this code is running on iOS, it's going to do the iOS native things. If this code is running on Android, it's going to do the Android native things. But this code is technically running inside of that web view. Same thing for like geolocation. Like this is actually different than the geolocation built into the web browser, because it will use the native geolocation of whatever platform that you're running on. So the major difference here is your app's running inside of a web view. It's not native UI elements. Let's just make that clear. And Capacitor is the thing that gives us that functionality. Ionic is really just a component library. So Ionic gives you material design components if you're running on Android, and iOS components if you're running on iOS. And they look native, right? So if somebody opened up this app and they were on iOS, they could be fooled that this is a native UI, but it's actually running inside of a web view. Similarly, yeah. So that's that. And in that same idea, there's this thing called, actually, we should again, we're going to add to the list. What is it called? Framework 5? Framework 7? It's Framework 7. Yeah, Framework 7. And as you can see, they do a similar thing. So you can swap between like the iOS view and the Android view. I think they might have switched to using Capacitor. Yeah. But so Framework 7 is like almost a one-to-one comparison with Ionic in that it's like a component library, but under the hood, it's still using like a Capacitor. So there's that. And again, you can choose whatever frameworks they support. So they support Vue, React, Svelte, etc. And then lastly, I'll show you Quasar. So Quasar is just Vue.js based, but their cross-platform apps can also target like desktop. Cordova versus Capacitor. Cordova is old, Capacitor is new. And pretty much anyone building new plugins are building them for Capacitor. They do have a compatibility layer, so you can use older Cordova plugins if they haven't been written for Capacitor yet. But that's it. They do very similar things, but Capacitor is the new way. So yeah, Quasar is a whole suite of things. Like technically, you don't even have to do mobile dev for Quasar. You can target just web, but you could also target desktop apps with Electron and also mobile apps with Capacitor. But it uses Vue.js. So there's that. All right. All of the stuff I've talked about so far is fairly easy for like web devs and JavaScript developers to start and use because you're using the languages that you are familiar with. Now we get into other languages and frameworks that are not in the JavaScript world, but can give you similar like cross-platform style things. And Flutter is one of those. Flutter comes from Google, and the language you're writing in is called Dart. And the interesting thing about Flutter is you write your codes, but when it renders on the mobile device, it's actually rendering inside of a canvas. So it's not actually using native UI elements. There's just a canvas, not a JavaScript canvas, but a canvas native to either iOS or Android. And it is actually drawing the UI elements that you have defined and drawing the UI elements. Oh, I didn't see it, but we'll once we vote, I'll update the title to say which platform we choose. But let's look at some example codes. Because like I said, we use the Dart language. So we are going to have to learn a new programming language. And I've dabbled. I've done like their getting started. I've done a few basic stuff, but I have not built anything substantial with Flutter. So for example, if we have codes that look like this, yeah, we're going to vote. We're going to vote. It's going to give us an app that looks like this. And the interesting thing is the reason they're able to put this in the web browser as well is because they also have web target. So this same code can be compiled to run inside of the web browser, but you can also compile it to run natively on Android and natively on iOS. And you'll notice it's almost like a React style UI in that I do believe it's like functional, but they don't have a language like JSX. As far as I know, everything is like function calls. So we have the center function call, which like creates a center element, and then we tell it that its child is going to be a text element with this content and with this direction. So you can imagine it's composable. You would imagine if you wrote this with React, you would have like center component and then like text content inside of it. So this is very functional. Let's see if we can see some more complex things. And you can see they provide these functions like text, row, stack. And each one of those is going to be composed to build out the UI. So they have a concept of widgets. I'm not familiar with the intricacies of like how to do it, but apparently you have widgets. Widgets are like your UI components, I guess. So you can see here we have material. So that's the container element. It's going to have a child, which is a column. The column will have two children, which is an app bar at the top, and then an expanded element below that. The expanded element is going to have text, and then the app bar is going to have text and some theme applied to it. So if we do this, I'm expecting we're going to see like an app bar and then some the rest of the content with the text centered. Like that. Yeah, look at that. So This will take some getting used to. Like you'll notice, like it's not JSX. They have their own way of doing things, and we have to learn about all their components and whatever else. But we will be writing with Dart, and learning about their stuff. So yeah, that's Flutter. And then the other one to consider is .NET Maui. And so if we use Flutter, we'll be writing in Dart. If we do .NET Maui, we'll be writing in C#. And so .NET Maui is .NET's way of building cross-platform applications. And one of the platforms you can target are like Android and iOS. And so this actually comes from Xamarin, but Xamarin it got acquired by Microsoft. Yeah. They got acquired by Microsoft, and now I believe Xamarin kind of got like pulled into .NET Maui. But let's see what is involved. So if we create an app, show me the codes. Yeah, so they use a language called XAML. I'm familiar with this because of my days building desktop apps for Windows. I used to do WPF, Windows Presentation Foundation, and it uses a language called XAML. So it's an XML-based way to define your UI, which is fairly similar to even like React or HTML, because they give you all of these components, like scroll view components, and then it has nested elements, and then vertical stack layout, and then like images and labels. And so you have all these various components that you have access to that will like build out your UI. So if you could imagine, this is going to be a scrolling container. It then has a vertical stack of elements that are stacked on top of each other. You then have an image, a label for that image, another label, and then a button that you can click on. And so this is how you would define that UI. And then from there, it would look like this. And then we want to start to add functionality. And when we add functionality, for example, we want to do something when the button is clicked, we would write C# code for that. So let's see. HTML for boomers. Come on, give me more. Give me a sample. A calculator app. Let's see. So look at the source code. We have main page.xaml. So this is going to define what the UI looks like. And let's see if we can find where it would like link up to the C#. So yeah, you can see these buttons have a clicked attribute, and that clicked attribute says on select number. And so my guess is the corresponding C# file for this UI file is going to have a function called on select number. So if we look at main page.xaml.cs, in here, there should be a on select number, and there is. And so this method is going to get called when the button is clicked. And you can see that it is C# codes. So we get access to the button that was pressed. We then update the current state based on what was pressed. And this is a calculator app. So like if they press the specific button, they're like doing some calculations or whatever. And then they update the buttons. No, they update the result UI. And so this is like programmatically accessing one of those elements that was defined in the XAML. So if we choose .NET Maui, this is what we would be dealing with. We would define our UI with XAML. We would write our functionality with C#. And I do believe, I mean, I don't know exactly, but I do believe .NET Maui is doing native rendering. So basically we define our UI like this, but when it builds for iOS or builds for Android, it is creating native UI elements for those specific platforms. Yeah. C# makes things more complex. Ultimately, like C# is very much an enterprise language, and like things are more complex when you're dealing with larger code bases, larger teams, production applications. So yeah, it's kind of what it is. All right. And then lastly, there's this thing called Kotlin Multiplatform, which I know nothing about. Let's look at it. So first of all, Kotlin is a programming language. It's a more modern programming language that was created to replace Java, because before, whenever you were creating Android apps, you used to have to only use Java, but now Kotlin is a new JVM language that you can use instead, and it's a bit more modern. Very similar to how you used to have to use Objective-C for iOS, but they now have Swift. Kotlin is a more modern language. And apparently, we can use Kotlin to target both Android and iOS. I know nothing about. I know nothing about how we would even get started with this. Is native PHP a thing? That can't be. It can't be, right? Maybe it is. Kotlin native. Kotlin native is primarily designed to allow compilation for platforms on which virtual machines are not desirable or possible, such as embedded devices or iOS. I see. All right. Can you show me the code? You create DTOs, data transfer objects. Okay. What about like UIs? Share codes on all platforms. I think I don't know the specifics. If we choose this, it's going to take a lot of research to figure it out. But I think if we choose this, they have the concept of like a shared portion of your code base. So the shared portion can run on both iOS and Android. And then you have like platform-specific code. I don't know if you have platform-specific like UI code. Yeah, you share code in libraries, share code on similar platforms. I don't know. It's a thing. It's possible. But it's also possible to build directly native apps. So everything we've talked about so far are known as like cross-platform or multi-platform, in that we can write one code base, and that single code base will run on either Android or iOS. You could also just do it natively. And so, for example, if we wanted to build an iOS app that only works on iOS, we could use Swift. So if we look at iOS development, let's see. Hello. iOS dev doc. Show me how to build an iOS app. Yeah, I'll put it. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to do. If you vote on Kotlin, we'll. But I will say, yeah. So right now, I'm telling everyone what all of these things are, so you can make an informed decision about which one we actually try. iOS build app. Show me how to build an app. Yeah, so Swift UI is how we would build like UI components. We would need to use Xcode. We have to be on a Mac to do this. This is another thing I didn't talk about. Is what's nice about these other things is you technically don't have to be on a Mac to be able to build for them. You can do it like from Windows or from Linux. I think technically to get an iOS build, you still need like a Mac machine or something like that. Yeah, let's look at Swift. Developer, Swift. Yeah. Cool. So this is the Swift language. It's a more modern language. So it is statically typed, even though they have var here. The type, you still have to write the type on it, but it just makes it so that you can also infer types. I do believe they have a separate language for defining your UI, but you also can define your UI programmatically. Yeah. I do believe I already have Xcode on my machine. All right. What else? Swift UI? And so Swift UI is how you can define your UI elements. The thing is that you still can share some code if you're building a Mac app and an iPad app and an iPhone app. If you're writing it all with Swift, you technically can share some code in that code base, but you couldn't share that code with an Android app if you're trying to target Android as well. I see. So we have a view, and then a view has a list and a stack. So honestly, this looks a little bit like Flutter and Dart, right? So remember how they were composing their UI of various things? This looks a lot like that, right? Because this says we're going to have a list. And I mean, it's a really interesting syntax, though, because this is basically like a for each. So for every song in that list, we're going to put it into a stack. Every song is going to have an image and then a vertically aligned title and artist name. And so this defines that UI, and then all of your functionality would be written in Swift as well, like the click handler for when they click on the image or whatever else. And there's like a visual design tool inside of inside of Xcode. Okay, so that's iOS and native. And the thing to note about that is this app will only work on iOS. It won't be cross-platform. We can do the same thing with Android. So Android, the Android SDK allows us to build apps for Android, but they will only work on Android. And like I said, you can use either Java or Kotlin for that. Let's see if I can show an example. And also, we would be using their Android Studio SDK to do it all. User interfaces. Show me a sample. So this is an app built with Kotlin. There's a lot of codes. Can I find the actual code? Is it in the app directory? Maybe. I'm guessing there's a main entry point. What's in the Java folder? Not that, but maybe in the Kotlin folder. Main activity. Yeah, so Android has this concept of activities, like an app is an activity, and like that, when you launch the app, you're launching an activity. Look at all these imports. So in this case, it's using Kotlin. Let's actually just look at the Kotlin language really quick. Learn X in Y minutes. So Kotlin is fun. It has the fun keyword for defining functions. They use val. Val apparently is a const, and they also use var. I do believe it's statically typed. What else? They have string templates. Kotlin is fun until it isn't. They have classes. Cool. It honestly looks like a less verbose version of Java, right? And it kind of looks, I mean, a lot of these things look similar. It almost looks like it even looks like a Dart and a Swift. I don't know. But this defines our main activity. When the main activity is created, we have some sort of UI state. And I think they define the UI in a separate file. So like this is the code that actually like launches the app. And then in the UI folder, we have the app Kotlin file. Let's look at this. So yeah, I think did we already, I mean, honestly, this looks similar to like Swift and Swift UI, but we have the app. The app returns a background. The background has a gradient background. And then within that, we are scaffolding like a bottom bar. This honestly looks very weird to me because it'll be in res. Okay, I'll look there next. But this is like defining the functionality, but also you'll notice the curly braces. Like these nested curly braces are defining something within the previous, right? Because we have background, then we have scaffold, then we have row, then we have rail, then we have column. So like it's defining them in a nested way. Fascinating. It looks, from what I've seen, it looks similar to Swift, definitely. Is there a res folder? Let's see. Launcher background, launcher foreground. Yeah, apparently they do have an XML language for defining UIs. This is apparently defining like the splash image, and then, but this is more like vector graphics. This isn't necessarily like the UI components. So the next stream, no, we're gonna vote in 2 minutes. This is the last one. So, okay, so because it's using composables, we are using Kotlin to compose and define our UI, which honestly looks very similar to how Swift does it as well. All right, now that you know what all of these things are, we're gonna vote. We're gonna vote, and you can make your decision as to which one we do. Here we go. React Native. Again, you're using React, but it compiles to native elements. NativeScript. This would allow us to use Vue or Svelte, but it compiles to native UI. You also could technically use React, but if we're going to use React, we might as well use React Native. Then we get into the hybrid mobile category. These are things running inside of a web view. You have things like Ionic or Framework 7 or Quasar. Or I'm actually going to add to the list Capacitor plus my own stack. So because Capacitor like basically gives us like a Vite app, we could do whatever we want inside of it. We could pick our own UI framework. We could pick our own front-end framework. Basically, Ionic, Framework 7, and Quasar are pre-assembled stacks for working on top of Capacitor. But if we pick any one of those, we're going to be using Capacitor. But I'll give us the option to do our own stack with Capacitor because we could combine it with something like Consta UI, which is Tailwind. So we could be building a hybrid mobile app that uses Tailwind inside of it, which could be fun. Okay, next up, we also have Flutter. Is Flutter bad? Nothing is bad. Nothing is bad. It all depends on your experience and also like what you're trying to do. Flutter might be a bad choice for certain categories of applications, but people use it. People have apps in production with it, so I wouldn't call it bad. Yeah. So think of Framework 7 as like an Ionic. It's very similar to Ionic, but they give you their own UI components. And like we can look at their docs to see like, okay, let's say we chose Svelte with Framework 7. They give us things like panel, navbar, block, etc. All right, .NET Maui is building mobile apps with C#. We then have, let's call it Kotlin. Honestly, it's too far gone. I'm not going to add Kotlin Multiplatform to the list. It's too crazy. We'll then just say native Android with Kotlin or native iOS with Swift. These are your options. Have I forgotten anything? Because we are about to vote on what we choose. And it took us 2 hours to get to this point. What's Android? Android is a mobile phone platform. That's not iOS. That's not iPhone. You're completely right. But I don't think we'll do it. We'll only do a runoff if the top two choices are really, really close. The main issue with that ranked choice voting website is people were figuring out ways of adding extra votes, and I don't like that. Yeah. Welcome in, Jackus. You're more than welcome to hang out here while you code. Oh, Wales. Oh, there's so much more. We have to vote at this point. Yeah. So I will talk about this. In terms of my preference, it would be fun to do something I've never done on stream before, like Flutter or Maui, or even like native dev. I technically have done like Capacitor on stream before, and I might have even done like a little bit of React Native before. So personally, I think it'd be fun to do something I haven't done before. Also, personally, I just spent an hour explaining, and so that has gotten me kind of exhausted at this point. So personally, it would be nice to do something that doesn't require me to learn as much, but also I could just suck it up and learn more. But yeah, I'm not. Yeah, that's just how I'm feeling. Did I misspell Android? Android. Android. Cool. All right, here we go, guys. We are gonna vote. Go here to vote. Ionic is, yes, it's still a valid choice in 2024 for sure. It gets more so into the idea of like, with the app that you're building, is it okay to have it inside of a web view? And it depends, but whatever we choose, we're still gonna have to pick like an app idea. We might even just go through the getting started tutorial for whichever thing that we pick. But let's set a 3-minute timer, and at 3 minutes and 30 seconds, if there are too many that are like super close together, we'll do a runoff vote. How is .NET winning? I don't know. Honestly, like, it is the one that I know the least about. It is familiar. I'll say this. It is familiar, though, because I have done... Yeah, Potato was trying to cheat. Yeah, you can't use a VPN, and there's only one vote per IP address. Don't show the results? I mean, you can see the results if you go to the results page, but yeah. Too much .NET, but I have done C# in my career. I've also done XAML in my career, so we probably will have a very easy time with .NET Maui. Yeah. I was just saying, because I mean, you said Potato that seems like security enhanced voting. Yeah. XAML for fun. Don't speak too soon. Yeah, I mean, it's close, right? We still have 2 minutes left, and Flutter, .NET Maui, React Native, like any one of those could win, for sure. C# can be used with Godot as well. It has different downloads depending on the language you choose. Yeah, when we learned Godot the other day, we ended up doing GDScript. But I will say this, my wife is learning to make games right now, and the C# support in the documentation for Godot is really rough. And also the Godot app that he used to make games also does not have really good support for C#. Like they encourage you to use like VS Code externally. But even she had issues then getting autocomplete inside of VS Code for Godot C#. So that was unfortunate to see. At this point, I think she might actually use Unity instead, just because of the C# support. Ultimately, she wants to use C#, and it looks like Godot is working to get that C# support. Look at that, Flutter is at the top now. Ooh. Maui Blazor? XAML is fine. I like XAML. All right, we're gonna be in an ad. I will not look at the results until the ad is over. I'm gonna leave you in suspense. So keep voting while the ads are on. And I'm gonna take a quick break to just stop talking because I've been talking for an hour. And then we'll see the results. Here's the thing: if the results are within 5 or 6 votes, we're gonna do a runoff. We will do a runoff vote. I'm gonna put an ad on YouTube. There you go. All right, but yeah, I'll be right back. All right, my friends. Let's see what happened. Oh, Flutter has won by 7 votes. Rewind the tape. Did I say if it was within 6 votes, we would do a recount? Did I say 10? What did I say? It's 7. It was 7. Oh man, I know we need to just get going, but these are very close. This means that we're gonna try these in a future stream. Yeah. Yeah, my syntax board is still intact. Let me show you. Actually, I got some new hardware. It's gold hardware to match the board. But you can see that it's gotten scuffed. My friend was doing some crooked grinds on it, and also like nose slides. Yeah. Recount. Yeah. What's up, Hugo? Now it's within 5 votes. Well, we're just gonna do Flutter. We're gonna do Flutter. It's been too long. We've talked about it a bunch. I've never done it on stream. We're gonna do Flutter. But honestly, next week we'll probably just vote between .NET Maui and React Native. That's what we'll do. Yeah, it only took us 2 hours to get here. But Flutter is the winner. We're gonna do Flutter. Let me update my title and my thumbnail and everything else, but we're going to do Flutter. If you want to learn more about it, you can go to flutter.dev. Here we go. And I'll be back in like 1 minute after I update everything. Welcome back. Let's learn Flutter. If you're just joining us, this is Try Day Friday. We do this every Friday where we try something new. We had a long discussion about all the possible ways of building a mobile app, and the chat voted, and we're going to use Flutter. So Flutter comes from Google, and it allows you to build cross-platform apps with their language called Dart. So we already took a look at it a little bit ago, but let's actually just give you another preview of what we're getting into. So they have this idea of a composable like UI, and we are using this language called Dart. So we're gonna have to learn about Dart in order to program with it. But it's composable. So we have like the main element called center, and then within that we have a text element that has some text content inside of it. And that would create an element with like hello world in it. Or to get more complex, we have like a material block or a card. Inside of that is a column. Inside of that is an app bar, and inside of that, or below that, is some text and in a text expanding area. I saw someone just ask, how do we do styles? I don't know. I have no idea. So for layout, we use lists, horizontal lists, and grids. And then for design and theming, everything is, I guess, like material design, because it is from Google. So I think that's one of the aspects here, is that we are using material design for this. And so they give us all of these components. And so ultimately, I think because we are using material design, we're not getting too custom with the styles. Ultimately, the main customization we would do is like our primary and secondary colors. And then from there, we use like their built-in like list component or button component or whatever else. Let's see. The widget catalog. Basic widgets. Yeah, so like there's the app bar, there's the column. Cool. So what are we building? I think I'm just going to go through their tutorial if they have one. Get started and then like write your first app. What is a code collab? I've never used code collab before. Set up our environment. It's cool that they use VS Code. I have that. Choose a development target. I guess I would need, like, do they give me an Android simulator? All right, I think this says it's gonna take me 75 minutes. I think we can do it faster than that, but we're gonna do this to learn the basics, and then I will build something of my own after that. We'll try to think up something interesting, but I at least need to learn the basics, so I'm just gonna do it through this tutorial. I think the other thing is learning about the Dart language, and also just like setup. So let's make a to-do list. We need to set up. We're gonna have to install some things to be able to do this locally. And specifically, we want to use an emulator. I honestly, like, I have a Android app I could use, but then it would be hard to show you all what I'm developing. So I think we want to get an emulator going. Honestly, that's honestly a great idea. So our app. So build a Twitch chat app. We're going to read from Twitch chat and display it within the UI. We will build that potentially after going through the tutorial, and I might jump out of the tutorial at any time if I think I know enough. You should be able to hear me. Yeah, I'm not muted. Okay, so yeah, setup, VS Code plugins, etc. And from there, we'll do the basic app tutorial. And we have questions about like custom styles. How are we going to do that? What other questions do we have? Don't know, but also I think we're going to review the Dart language before jumping in, just to get an idea of what we're going to get into. Will we compare Flutter to other solutions? So I don't know if you were here when we were talking about it, but we did talk about all the possible things. In terms of all of this, Flutter is probably the most comparable to like .NET Maui or like React Native or NativeScript. And there are other stuffs out there too, but We need to do it. Yeah, I think honestly, once I start doing my more IRL streams, we'll build a mobile app that does all that stuff. And I think that's the app I was working on stream. I was using Capacitor with Consta UI. Yeah. And no worries, Hugo. Yeah, but ultimately that's what we can compare it with. We can write code in one way and then target multiple platforms with it. Let's review the Dart language. A client-optimized language for developing fast apps. I don't know if you all remember this, but when Google launched Dart, it was like their goal almost to like replace JavaScript. It didn't happen, but for a while, you could actually, I mean, I don't know, maybe if you had to have like a dev build or something like that, but you could actually write Dart code that controlled a web page and like it only worked in like a specific version of Chrome. But I'm pretty sure they ditched that idea. But now the Dart language is used for, maybe they didn't, maybe you can still do like, you can still build web apps with it, I guess because you have like Flutter web. Yeah. What's up? Binary Rainbow. Right, Binary Brainbow. You watched my channel a long time ago and recently refound me. Awesome. Welcome in. Let's look at the language itself. So, do they have dark mode? It doesn't look like it. We're going to do this. We can create methods. Methods have return types. It looks like it's C style and that it has curly braces and semicolons and parentheses. They have the var keyword, but it is type safe. So it's very similar to how like in modern C# and modern Java, you can use var, but it infers the type from the right-hand side. So this is going to be like a string type. This is going to be an array of strings. This is going to be an object type. It's cool to see that they have object syntax, right? So like if you wanted to do something like this in C# or Java, they don't really have a way of, maybe they do have a way of creating anonymous, I think they do. Modern C# at least has like anonymous objects. But it used to be that like you would have to create a class and like create an instance of that class. But yeah, I mean, this honestly, as a JavaScript developer, as someone who's done C#, someone who's done C style languages, this looks very approachable. Very approachable. Our functions take in parameters, which can define their type. I mean, this is basically JavaScript code, right? We just change that to function and remove int, and this code would work in JavaScript. And then they have anonymous functions. And there's a where. I feel like that's kind of like a filter, but filter on arrays. Comments are just like we're used to. If we do // that's a documentation. We can import from libraries. We can define classes that have methods and properties. We've got enums. That's fun. It's OOP. We have inheritance. And then how do mix-ins work? Oh, fascinating. This is composition and inheritance. You define this as a mix-in, and then you add it here, and now that gets composed into it. Wow, it's the best of both worlds. But basically, a mix-in is going to allow you to define some properties and methods, and then add those into an existing class. But it's not the same thing as inheritance, because like this isn't a separate type. It is just a collection of properties and methods that you can now add to a class. I'm guessing. I'm guessing. Cool. They have async and await. Great. Yeah. The YouTube thumbnail didn't update. It should be updated now, but we're building a mobile app with Flutter today. Similar to an abstract class, but I think even an abstract class you have to inherit from. And it almost looks like we could do like multiple mix-ins. I don't know if it's that important, but let's look at more mix-ins. Yeah. Check this out. You could have multiple mix-ins defined and then do with. And that's very different than like an abstract class that you inherit from, because that's just one, you can only inherit from one class. Right? This basically gives you the properties and methods of all three of those mixins. It's not an abstract class. It's composition. It's composition. It is composition. That's amazing. And then async await. And then they have this idea of futures. Fascinating. So they don't call them promises. They call them futures. But a promise is a promise of a future value. So that's cool. Yeah. Ultimately, I can do it. I can do it. The code seems to make sense. And I think if we come across anything, I'll be able to figure it out. But that is the Dart language. Let's get set up on a Mac. And we are going to build an Android app because I have an Android phone. So here we go. And also, this will be doable on people that are not on a Mac. Like, if you want to develop an iOS app and you want to run it in an iOS emulator, you have to be on a Mac. But we can do Android on any platform. All right, we should be good here. Oh, we need Rosetta. All right, I'm pretty sure that I have Rosetta and I have agreed to the software license, but I'm going to run this command now. Cool. It says we need Android Studio 2022.3. I think I have Android Studio. I have 2022.1. Okay, apparently I need to update my my Android Studio. Yeah, the Android Studio, like it's what gives you the emulator and everything else, so that's what we'll need. Okay, so right now I'm just going through the Android Studio website, agreeing to their terms. This is not how I agree to every contract I sign, but I'm going to trust that I'm not signing anything away here. Yeah, thanks, Web Dev Cody. Yeah, glad to hear it. All right, we're downloading. We do have Git. We haven't installed like the Flutter CLI yet or anything like that. Okay, so while Android Studio is downloading, I am going to get the Flutter extension for VS Code. So over here in VS Code, we're going to install Flutter. 7.6 million downloads. That tells me that there's a lot of Flutter devs. At least people are trying Flutter. That's a lot of downloads for a VS Code extension. Here we go. Flutter support and debugger. Install. All right, install the Flutter SDK. We have the extension. Now, inside of VS Code, we want a new Flutter project. And actually, let me get the Android Studio installing while we do that. Do you think the amount of downloads because you need the extension? People can use other IDEs as well. So yeah. Flutter is awesome, but the installation was frustrating on Windows as well as Mac. We'll see. I haven't run into any issues yet. I guess I haven't done anything crazy, but I did just get the latest version of Android Studio. Let's make sure that is good to go. I realize you can't see my screen yet. In a second, I'll show you. All right. Android Studio is like updating things. I think what I need to do is make sure that I have the emulator. Yeah, device manager. So here within Android Studio, this I'm starting up an emulator. I have a Pixel 3a running Android 13. And it's running. So I've got an Android device running inside of my Mac right now. And this is where we'll be running the app on. Right now I only have 4 gigs of free RAM. But you're right. I mean, because I'm running an emulator, it's using RAM and all that good stuff. Yeah. So we talked about this earlier, Josiah. Capacitor is the new Cordova. So if you're building apps, hybrid mobile apps these days, you would use Capacitor. Here it is. So we've got ourselves a little Android app. Can we drag up? I don't know how to use it, but this is it. This is what our app will be running on. So that's good to know. Now at this point, we can try to create a Flutter project. So inside of VS Code, we have the Flutter extension. And so now if I do Flutter new project, could not find the Flutter SDK. We need to download it. So let me download it. Wait, does it need the Flutter SDK for every app I build? Yeah. You technically can run on the web, but we want to see it running on mobile because that's what people voted for. So yeah, by clicking download SDK, I just put it in my downloads folder, but I think ultimately it's like it clone the Flutter repo and now it's setting up and installing everything that we'll need. Yeah, and we'll only have to do it once. That's going to give us everything we need to start compiling Flutter apps after that. All right. Do you want to add the Flutter SDK to path so it's accessible in external terminals? Sure. And I know how to do that. I'm using Zish, so I could just update my path with Zish. Oh no, the the dialog disappeared. I'll have to go look at the docs to find it because I think at this point it installed it. But if I go in my terminal, do we have Flutter? We don't. We need to add it to our path. Select a folder for the SDK. I mean, I just put it in downloads, but okay. Flutter SDK path. I guess because I put it in downloads, that is the path. Okay, give me a second. Let me grab the path. Yeah, so I put it in downloads, and then within Flutter is a bin folder. This is what I need to add to my path because this gives me access to the Flutter command like that. But this directory is what I need to put in my path. Now, here's what I'm contemplating. Can I just move this folder to like my workspace? I'm not going to risk it. We're going to keep it in my downloads folder, but just know whenever you install the SDK, you should choose like your workspace folder or your project folder or something like that. Yeah, I'm not going to move it. I don't know what they're doing with like symlinks and stuff like that. So I'm going to leave it where it is. But this path, I need to add to my path. So that way, when I'm somewhere else, if I type here, if I type Flutter here, not that, but if I type Flutter, right now it doesn't know where to look. But if I add this path to my path, it'll know to look in that folder, it'll see Flutter, and then I can run the command. So let me add this to my path. It looks like I have a bunch of other stuff. Oh, at some point, a GitHub token got added to my zshrc. I'm glad I'm not showing it on screen, but I will just show you what I'm adding to my zshrc. Okay. So I put this line in my zshrc at the bottom of my zshrc. So it takes the existing path, which is just a list of directories where binaries are, and I added this path to it. And so now that I did that, when I open a new terminal, I can type Flutter, and it finds it in that folder. So now I have access to the Flutter command. Great. Restart VS Code. Well, I don't think I'll need to do that, but at this point, let's try creating a new project. Okay, we do need to restart VS Code, so I'm going to do reload window. Okay, configure the Android toolchain. So start Android, do a setup, install these components. We have a device. Let's make sure that we have all the right settings on this device. I don't know if this is going to show anything weird. I'm going to hide my screen for a second. This says from the graphics drop-down menu. There is not a graphics drop-down menu. Settings? Maybe I'm just going to create a new virtual device. Okay. So inside of Android Studio, I have the device manager here. I click plus. This is going to give me a new device, and then I'm going to follow what they tell me to do. So we want the phone or tablet. Yeah, we want phone. I'm just going to choose a Pixel 6. Pixel 6 is what I have, so I'll use that. ARM images. Wait. Because I am running on a ARM. I'm using a Silicon Mac, so I think I want this. Does it say which one to use? I have the Pixel phone from earlier, but I just want to make sure I have the right one that they're expecting me to use, because I don't know if they're like, they may not support 34. Maybe they. I mean, I guess we have 30. 33? I want to download this. Yeah. Also, let me check my disk space because okay, I have at least enough disk space. So yeah, this is downloading that image, base system image. It's completed, and now we have that selected. Consider using a system image with the Google APIs. Yeah, that is the Google APIs, right? Next. Give it a name. Scroll to emulated performance. Graphics, hard. This is what I wanted to do. Hardware, GLES 2.0 is what they want us to choose. That's the main thing. Click finish. All right, now we have this thing. Click the run icon. How much RAM does it require? I don't know. Android Studio itself is using 3 gigs of RAM. I don't know if that's included in the emulator. It started fast enough. Okay, so we have this. I'm going to do this Flutter doctor thing and agree to all the license. All right. At this point, it's telling me if I run Flutter doctor, we should be good. Or I think we should be good. Let's see. So we have Flutter. We have the Android toolchain. We don't have Xcode, which is fine because we're just building for Android. We've got Chrome, Android Studio, VS Code. We're good to go. Awesome. Let's create an app. So now, inside of VS Code, we should be able to do a new project for Flutter. Cool. And which one does it want us to do? Select application. So we want application. Let me figure out a folder to put it in. My first app. Project name should be all lowercase with underscores to separate the words. All right, if I can read. My first app. Wow. My Flutter project is ready. Press F5 to start running. I don't have dedicated function keys, so I gotta do this. Launching. Launching. Is it actually just doing it in the existing emulator? Let's see. At least 12 gigs of RAM. I mean, I still have 3 gigs of RAM free. Here it comes. I'm curious if it's just going to use this emulator that is up and running. Let's see. Let's not do that. Let's follow what they told us to do, which is we need to select device. So Flutter select device. Yeah, and that's the one we want. That's the running one is the one that we want. Now will it work? I think it was already selected though. All right, it built it. Good. Dart DevTools includes additional tools for debugging. Open. Open the DevTools in the web browser. Fascinating. Okay, so these DevTools are running inside of, well, I have Chromium, so it's running inside of Chromium. But this gives us remote access to the app that is actually running. And now the app is running inside the emulator. We did it, everyone. We did it. We're at least running the app. And then we can push this button. Yeah, push this button to increase. We've done it. And over here with the debug tools, yeah, see, if I refresh, we can see like the current state. And we can see that the current state is 24. This is fascinating. It's kind of like showing us the layout. This is almost like the box model inside of like regular DevTools. And then can we modify state? That'd be crazy cool if we could. Yeah, put Flutter on your resume now. Maybe we can't. Text. I don't know why I want to do this. I'm just curious. Press question mark for help. Watch the standard output, evaluate expressions. So maybe if like we could programmatically like click the button. Maybe we can't. I'm just too used to like web dev, right? Like, like we can literally modify things. I guess it would make sense that maybe it doesn't have us like give us like full state access. Regardless, this is great. I have my dev tools. I've got my emulator. I've got my codes. We're ready to go. We're ready to learn. Try hot. Okay, so this is potentially what we want is hot reloading. So inside of VS Code, if I hope that doesn't kill it, but let's just change the text. So you pushed button, save, hot reloading. It updated. Cool. So, I mean, as a web developer, we're really used to this idea that like we can instantly see the code changes that we make. But the fact that we can do this natively is also super cool. So what's also interesting to note is it keeps track of the current state, right? I'm guessing if I change that state, so you pushed, and then where are they pulling the state in? Counter. So can we go to the definition of counter? Counter gets initialized to 0. Can I start it off at 42? Save, hot reload. Maybe I need to refresh the app. Oh, rotate the app. Maybe I need to click this button. How do I reload the whole thing? That button. Yeah, okay, so this button reloads the whole UI from scratch, and now it has that initial state. Fascinating. That's a good point. That's a good thing. So yeah, in the developer tools, do I have access to the variable? And can I change that variable? My app. State. Ready state. Memory. My app. Inspector. I don't know. At this point, we should just start following the tutorial. Hey, what's up, Oscar? Welcome in. Are the UI variables reactive? I don't know. We'll have to learn about that. Like basically, I guess we can start looking at the code right now. So apparently they are, right? Because I will they have this set state function, and when we call set state, that's going to trigger a UI re-render, right? Because if we just do counter plus plus, but we don't call set state, that will very likely not trigger a UI thing. So if I save that, Now when we click the button, my guess is that it won't work. Yeah, so we're updating the state behind the scenes, but Flutter has no idea to re-render, which is why we need to put our state updates inside of set state. So if you're familiar with old React, same thing, right? That's basically how you tell React that the UI should be re-rendered. So that's cool. All right. I feel like I know everything. At this point, I just want to build an app. Let me just click through the tutorial and see if there's anything crazy that I'm not familiar with yet. Okay, we haven't Flutter installed. We created a project. Yeah, I think that's the thing is like they used the idea of like functional reactive programming that was popularized by React, but now you can use it to build native mobile apps. Yeah. Oh. We have a linter. That's fun. I like linting. So if we look at analysisoptions.yaml, it's including the Flutter base rules. This file configures the analyzer, which statically analyzes Dart code to check for errors, warnings, and lints. Cool. So it's good to know that they have, this is like the ESLint of the JavaScript world. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to touch it. It is interesting to note that they want us to enable these rules. And so like avoid print is like, you don't want console logs in your code. Prefer const constructors. These are probably some good defaults. And then if we look in main.dart, Visual Studio was prevented from modifying apps on my Mac. What are you trying to do, Visual Studio? I mean, I'm sure it has to do with Flutter, but oh well. I'm going to stop the app. And we're going to look in main.dart to see if those linter rules have triggered anything. So for instance, if I try to do a print, it is not yelling at me. Do I need to reload it? Let's see. They add a button. They do hot reloading. Yeah, I think probably the main thing I need to learn about are like how the components and like how to structure things. But like I think I get the general idea. Ultimately, because I'm familiar with React and like functional reactive programming, the idea that we can define some state, I guess it is interesting. It would be interesting to see how they type their state. So my homepage state extends the state of my homepage. So my homepage is a stateful widget. And we call the constructor when it's initialized. Okay. I see. So the top level app is a stateless widget. So this is like a component that doesn't have any state. And then its top level component is the homepage, and then the homepage has the state inside of it. Yeah, so I mean, honestly, this feels like old React, right? This feels like if you had, it used to be that like class components are the only things that could have state, and then functional components were stateless. And you typically always had your, like your class components at the top level with all the state, and then like functional components inside of it. These days we have hooks, and you can have functional components that have state or don't have state, but they're all functional components. But apparently, if we don't want any state, we use a stateless widget. Otherwise, we use a stateful widget. And then I'm curious why they did this though. Like, why did they extend my homepage? Oh, I see. I see. Okay, so they're overriding create state and saying that it will return state of my homepage. Cool, because this must return a state of, I guess, like type T. It's using generics. And then this is creating an instance of the state here. However, why is the widget defined inside of the state? I thought they were like just defining the state separately. It does look a lot more verbose and it's a lot messier. But I'm just curious why they separated these two. Like, why wouldn't they all be the same? We have a build method. Yeah, we don't even have a constructor. So the out-of-the-box state management is terrible. Once you learn the basics, use RiverPod. Okay. It is hard to read the text. Honestly, I've been wanting to do this for a long time. I need to change the color of my comments. Let me do that. What would be a better color? I mean, we can try like gray. What's the hex code for gray? This feels less readable. This feels worse. Let's go like this. This is very readable, but now it kind of conflicts with the variable color. Let's try 777. I'm okay with I am okay with that, but again, it feels like it's conflicting with the color of my variables. Let's try it. Yeah, thank you. Give me hex codes. Let's see what this looks like. I like it. Can you all see this? Dodger blue. Can't see it? Too white. What about pink? How's that? I don't think pink conflicts with anything else in my theme. I guess technically it's like strings. I kind of like this. Does this look okay? How's this come across? I'm gonna leave it. Yeah, it's good enough for now. All right. I was trying to figure out what they're doing here. Like this is kind of is weird to me that it's like, they define a stateful widget And then the stateful widget, in turn, creates an instance of a thing here. It's just weird to me that we have both. Like, why can't these be all in one? Because this has all of the component code too, right? It has build, and then this actually like builds out the thing. The other thing I could do is just stop using my current theme. I could just switch to another theme. All right. Let's try to build an app that listens to Twitch chat. Before that though, I am curious about somebody mentioned it earlier. Riverpod. Let's look at Riverpod really quick. And I guess let me talk you through my thought process. Flutter appears to be so similar to a lot of the things that I've done before. It doesn't feel too new, right? Like I get the idea of like functional reactive programming. I get the idea of like composing UIs. I get the idea of like state and state management. So that's great. So I'm more willing to like use other libraries and like Riverpod. So someone suggested this. A reactive caching and data binding framework. We have our widget. Where does Riverpod come in? Oh, board suggestion is a Riverpod. Yeah, it's a good thing to know, right? So yeah, pub.dev has like various packages and stuff like that. I thought this would be for state, but I don't know. This is what I'm thinking. It's weird to see. I mean, I can follow the pattern. I think that's the other thing. Is like I can do what the code is, what the example showed me to do, but it just feels weird. And then someone mentioned block. Lucky Luke is mentioning block. A predictable state management library helps with the block pattern. UI, states, functions. Is this Redux? Is this Redux for Flutter? I have not seen the movie Triple R. We have a qubit. It has state and methods. We can then use the qubit. And we can observe it. Need a lot of boilerplate to set up block. I see, and then we can observe the variables for changes. We can have a block observer, and then how do we integrate it with our like stateful components or our components? Create a block. Use a block. It's too much. Yeah, no, that's exactly what it is, Eli. Once you get into an ecosystem, people are going to have opinions of like using one library over the other. For now, we're going to use the built-in state because that's the easiest examples to come across. I am going to look for some package that allows me to talk to Twitch IRC. Twitch auth, and the thing is, I don't even want auth. I just want to, we want like this, like Twitch chat might be what we want. Let's see. Connect and use Twitch chat with WebSockets and IRC. And we can connect anonymously. So we don't even need like a login flow. We can literally just connect, start getting a feed of messages, and then like build a UI that shows those messages. It gets emotes too? All right. Initialize the chat. Connect to the chat. listen for messages. IRC is Internet Relay Chat. It's a very old technology, but that's actually what Twitch uses for their chat UI here. Cool. Do we just use this? I guess we use this. Okay, so do I start from scratch or do I try to modify this UI to do what I want it to do? What did I end up calling this? Yeah, my first app. Let's generate a new app. We're gonna start with I think a less boilerplatey one. I don't want all these comments. So we're gonna create a new app. So in VS Code, we say Flutter new project. Yeah, I don't want the descriptive comments. I think I'll look back at the other app, but honestly, the comments feel like they get in the way a lot. And we'll do an empty application. Or do I go skeleton? Do I go skeleton or empty app? So a list view, detail view application that follows community best practices. Nah, we just want a single feed of Twitch messages. That's really all we want. So let's just do the empty app. We're gonna put it in here and we're gonna call it Coding Garden Twitch Chat. And you have to use underscores. All right. It's not a to-do app because honestly, it's going to be even easier than a to-do app because we're just listening for messages and then we're showing them in the UI. That's it. That's all I want to build. That's all. That's what we're going to do. All right, let's debug it. So if I start it up, it's going to launch. And we'll see how quick this is for a new project. Yeah, I mean, and I think that's the way I'm thinking about it is like it's almost like when you're a lot of times when I'm teaching beginners when I'm teaching React to beginners, I typically start off with a single component, right? Like I don't even start to talk about like breaking things down and stuff like that. And actually we're in an ad break right now. Nobody told me, maybe somebody told me, but we're going to break for the ad real quick. All right. This launches a hello world. That's great. We can, I don't know how we get the web dev tools. Is that a thing with developing for mobile? I notice everything takes forever to load. Yeah, you have to think about the fact that we're either like running it on a device or running it in an emulator. So you have that overhead. You then also have the overhead of like compiling every time something changes. Yeah. How do I launch the web debugger? Open DevTools. Whoa. Did it just open these inside of VS Code? What's happening here? Okay, that's fascinating. It actually doesn't even need Chrome. That's cool. My layout right now is like really broken without it. Okay, first up, let's just see if we can get a list of messages just like in our state here. We're gonna have a stateful widget. And I want to render those out in some kind of list. That's my goal. That's what I want to do. So if we, and honestly, I'm going to use the other app we created as an example to kind of like copy paste things. I know I could be using the docs, but I'm going to do this. So, all right, ads are over. The goal here, have a list of messages just in an array and then render those out in the UI. And to do that, I'm going to look at this example project that was generated to try and copy the pattern for how they did a stateful widget. So we have our main app, which is going to be a stateful widget. And then we need a create state function. I see. Create state needs to return a state of stateful widget, which is why we need a separate one. So the pattern that, if I'm following it correctly, would be like this. We have my main app state. And it is a state of main app, like this. And then the create state method is going to return an instance of my main app state. Great. Now this is complaining because it doesn't have a build method. But I think now the build method moves into the app state like this. And we don't have any state variables yet, but if I've done this correctly, the app should still work. Okay, so it says hello world. Let's see and make sure if we say this like hello Twitch and YouTube. Does it still work? It does. Okay. We've made it that far. So we've turned our app into a stateful app. It in turn has this state thingy here. Not state thingy, a class that can have state inside of it. And then our state is going to be a list, and then we'll have a method for like adding to that list. So for instance, instead of counter, we might have something like messages. Now I need to learn how do I create arrays in here. So and also I think I'm going to want a class or like an object type for message. So I want like an array of message like this. And then we have a method like add message. And then something like messages dot insert. Yeah. So the comments after the closing is that's just part of Flutter. It's part of developing with Flutter. I don't think it's the extension that I installed for Flutter is giving us that. But yeah, I think it's because of this composition, you typically get like very nested, and so this helps you keep track of like what was actually closing what. All right, is it message? Do they have an add method? They do have an add method. Cool. And then we need to figure out, first of all, how do we define an object type? So like, can we define a message type? And then from there, I want to define a message to have like a username and content. So if we go back into learning about Dart, let's see types. I want to define my own type. Is it just a class? Or records? So like, records seem to be like anonymous objects. But I want to create my own types. Here we go, classes and objects. Yeah, something like this. So I'm gonna have a class called message, and it's going to have a string username, capital S string, yeah, string username, and string content. Now, must be initialized. if we have a constructor that takes in the username and ooh, they have a nice little shorthand. So our constructor just says this dot username and this dot content. Wow, that's nice. Semicolon. So we have defined a class where we can create an instance of it by passing in a username and the content of the message. So this, I think maybe I want to use their list generic. So like list of message like this, and then can we create a list message like this? I need to figure out how to use their list type. Collections. You can use you use array initializer syntax. So I can say like this starts off as an empty list, and then private field messages could be final. Try making it final. Final. Yeah, so that means it can't be overwritten, which is fine. We don't want to override it. We just want to add to it. And now when we add to it, I can create an instance of a message that just says username, test user, and then this is a message. All right. Okay, so now we have a function that when it gets called, it's going to update the state by putting a new value into the array of messages. And now we want to, first of all, represent that list here. So I think honestly, to initialize it, we could do something like Bob first, and then Sally second. So now we have a list of 2 items, and let's just make it so that we can render that list in the UI right here. So let's go look at our widgets, our possible widgets. We want a list of some kind. Cool, and I'll catch up on the chat too, because I've just been coding. Ooh, yeah, we got that. I just learned about sticky stroll. Yeah, I saw. Wes Boss did a tweet and a TikTok about that. I haven't enabled it though. Use a list view with the list containing the messages. All right, I need to look up list view apparently. It's a layout. Lists and grids. Create and use lists. Nice. Okay. Then they have like this list tile thing, which has an icon and some text. Create a list with different types of items. Yeah, I kind of want this. Yeah, this is what I want. If we look at how they did that. List view builder. Give it the count, the item builder. Oh yeah, and then it has a title and a subtitle. I am just gonna yoink this and update my codes. So now we are going to scaffold. I think we need some imports. Or do we? Does this have an app bar? Yeah, it does. Okay, so we can define the app bar. Let me just copy that. Oh, I see. We have to actually pass in a title. Because it defined the title here. So if we just give it a title prop, all right. Why is it complaining about const? Only static fields can be declared as const. Try declaring the bar. All right, and then what is this mat about? The constructor being called isn't a const constructor. Try removing const. Oh, why do they have const everywhere? Oh, is that because they have a stateless widget? Yeah, because it's stateless. Maybe. Let's just reload the window. Yeah, it still doesn't like that. Can I not have an app bar in a stateful widget? Is that the thing? All right. I think for now I just won't do a app bar. I still have const where? Oh, right here. I see. Gotcha. Okay. There we go. Cool. But then I should be able to do const like this, and then this can be const too. Not gonna worry about it. All right, let's see. We need to debug this. And then why is this complaining? Use const with the constructor to improve performance. Okay, but I just want to make sure this works. And then we'll try to do the list view as well. Okay, yeah. So we have a title bar now, which is Twitch chat. And now instead of hello Twitch and YouTube, we're gonna add a list view builder. Like this. And the length is going to be messages.length. Underscore messages.length. And then the item builder gets called for every item. I'm trying to remember like where I've seen this pattern. I think this is honestly very similar to a lot of like React component libraries where you give it an array of items and then you give it like a render function that it'll call for every item. And so that's the scenario here is we're giving it this list of messages and then it's going to grab each message and we will say the title. I don't want to build the title. I think I just do item.username and item.content. But here, potentially, I'm running into like a visibility issue. Like, can I not access username and content without a getter? Let's see what it says. Argument type tree cannot be assigned to the widget type. I see. So this build subtitle and build title is actually creating a widget. We can see where their items do that. Yeah, they return a text item with a heading and a default theme. Okay, should be easy enough then. Yeah, so I want to create like a text element with item.username. Beautiful. And so this is similar, like the way to think about this, if this were a React app, it's like, or even like a React native app, you wouldn't put the text directly. You would need to wrap it in like a text component that's going to render that text out. All right. If I've done everything correctly, we should see two messages. We should see Bob first, Sally second. Let's see. We did it. We did it, everyone. We have those two messages there. Now we're gonna get fancy. I want a button. When I click that button, we want to add a new message into that list. And so I'm going to look at the other example app where they had a button, this floating action button, and when it is pressed, they call increment counter. So we want that. And so floating action button is going to be another option of scaffold, I believe. So like right after our list view builder, we should be able to add the floating action button. And now whenever you click that button, we're going to call add message. And the tooltip will be add message. Easy. All day long. All day long. Now, I want a scroll view. I want this to automatically scroll whenever a new message is added. But yeah, so this seems like a mixture of UI and functionality, like if you were just mixing JSX with JavaScript code return. Yeah, that's how you can think about this, definitely. Like, I mean, if you're familiar with the old way of doing React with like class components, it's very similar to that, in that you would have a render function that kind of like renders the thing out, and then you have methods that can update state or do other types of things. But yeah, next up, I want a scroll view, and I want to potentially programmatically scroll it to the bottom when a new message appears. So scrolling. Let's see. Basic scrolling. For other useful widgets include list view and grid view. So does list view have an option for scroll? List view builder, scroll controller. Yeah, so Toriro is mentioning I need a scroll controller. And then I'll create a scroll controller. Simple as. Hey, look at that. Wow. So this is the cool thing about really good editor support. I didn't even have to look at the docs. I mean, I had to figure, somebody told me to use a controller, but I did just read about controllers somewhere. I don't know, maybe I'm just making this all up. But we did it. We have scroll. But now here's my guess. My guess is instead of just creating this instance right here, I can make it a property. That way I can have programmatic access, and when we add a new message, call the scroll to bottom method. That's my guess. So let's try it. So I'm going to create a scroll controller, put it here, like this. And then now when we add a new message, this has methods on it. Can I say scroll to bottom, animate to, attach, offset? I guess I could set the offset to the window height, maybe? Or is there a scroll? So Turi's mentioning there's a scroll position. And what is scroll position? It is an instance of scroll position. We can get the max scroll extent, which is a double. And so we can say scroll container offset is the max scroll extent. Is there a setter for offset? Is there a jump to the max scroll position? Maybe? Okay, but here's the potential bug we could run into. If we update the state, how soon will the scroll get called? Because I need this scroll to get called after the state has already been updated and after it's already rendered on the page. Because my guess is, if it's anything like React, I need some sort of like set timeout or like after tick so that this only gets called after the state has been updated. Maybe there is actually a callback method here. Let's see, to set state, Set state takes in a single function. Because like in React, there's a way of passing like a second function, which will get called after the state is already updated. But let's see what happens. Let's reload the app, and then okay, it didn't crash. That's good. Here's I need it to be a unique method or a unique message. So I'm gonna say this is message X. So now we're gonna learn about string concatenations. It's possible, yeah, maybe like does set state return a promise or like a future? It doesn't. This could be the way to go though. I think you're completely right. Is just do it after the set state. But what I want to do is I want to put the number next to this. So I need to figure out how to do string concatenation in Dart. I'm just going to look at learn X and Y minutes for Dart to see how they format strings. $. Wow. And then can I get messages length? That's not going to work. Maybe it needs to be in parentheses? No. Oh wow. They have their own little template syntax like this. An Angular moment? Yeah. I think it's gonna be like this. And then I can do messages length +1. All right. So now when I add a message, this is message 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So as you can see, maybe you can't see this, but there are 13 messages, but I have to scroll manually. So this was my fear, is that this needs to run after state has already been updated, not before. And so is there like a next tick? We need to call this on next tick. I'm just gonna search the web, like Dart run code after state update. Set state returns void. We already looked at that. If it returned a future, that'd be great, because then we could await it. Let's just look at their codes for set state. They probably have some example of how to do this. Yeah, I mean, we could see what happens. Add listener on update. Ask ChatGPT. All right, I guess I will. In Flutter, how can I make sure my code only runs after a state update? Add post frame callback. Whoa! It knew whoa! It knew exactly what to do. Do it? Oh, not there. Not there. I think it's going to replace this entire add method. Is this it? Okay, so and so this is kind of like, yeah, this is like next tick, I guess. This might not be the best way to do it. Let's see if it works. But we're adding a post frame callback to then jump to that scroll position. Let's see. Let's reload the whole app. All right. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, 11, 12. It's doing it. That's sick. Okay, now we need to know, is this the proper way? Is this best practice? Is there a better way? This approach you're using is a common one, is generally considered good practice. Instance.add_postframe callback is a reliable way to ensure that the operation is performed after the widget tree has been updated. Oh, okay, but here, this is nice. It, we can animate the scroll position. I like that. I like that it has suggested that, because right now it just jumps. But if we do this instead, now scroll container has an animate to function. We say go to the end there over 500 milliseconds with an easing curve. And then it says use const on here. Cool. So now, ooh, that's smooth. Look at that. All right. You can set this up in the main function for widgets binding. So honestly, that's another way to think about this problem. So right now, I am scrolling after I set the state, but I could add a listener for when the state changes, and when the message's state changes, scroll to the bottom. Yeah. Okay. I'd be curious to know that, Oscar. Yeah, let's explore that in a second. This can be a final. All right. I'm happy with this. Now we connect it to Twitch chat, and now instead of these dummy messages, we show real Twitch chat messages that'll like just come flying in. But I am curious, is there a way to instantly enable dark mode? Because that would be great. Using themes. I'm unemployed, but I know Flutter. Well, maybe anybody in the chat, are you hiring Flutter devs? There's a theme prop on the Material app. Theme data. Color scheme. Dark. Let's see. Did we define a theme? We have a Material app. Material app has a theme. Dark theme. Wow. I don't know why I'm so amazed that like just using the built-in type completion just does what we want it to do. Easy. Obviously, you can customize it further, right? Like you could set your like primary and secondary color and stuff like that. It's so easy. It's too easy. Okay, I'd be curious though. Do they have like within this primary? I don't know. This just says the only option here is use material 3. What is use material 3? True. I guess I don't know that's the syntax for it. What's the difference? I guess I don't know what material 3 is. Oh well, we could look into themes more. I'm not too worried about it because I imagine that it's just a matter of setting like primary, secondary color, that kind of thing. All right, now, my friends, is when we attempt to integrate Twitch chat. So we found this library called Twitch chat on pub.dev, and I want to use it. I don't know how, if installing. So Flutter pub add Twitch chat. So we can run this from the command line, and it's going to give us this dependency. We'll go into Coding Garden Twitch chat. We'll run this. It added it. Technically, we have some outdated packages. I'm not going to worry about that. And it adds a line to our pubspec.yaml. So if we look in here, our pubspec.yaml, we have Twitch chat as a dependency. Great. Now we can use it. So in our main class here, we will import Twitch chat .dart. Great. And now we can try listening. So we'll create an instance of a Twitch chat. And we'll put this as another property here on our main app state. So here's what I want to do. The channel to join is Coding Garden. We're not going to specify any of this. I don't think I even need a client ID. Oh, I guess I'm not familiar with how they... Okay, single quotes. No, not. I think I want to use like a different syntax for this. Let's do this. Here's what I'm thinking. We do this, and then we use like named parameters. Is that possible to say like channel to join is Coding Garden? The thing is, I don't want to specify my username or an access token. I want anonymous auth. Because it says you can connect anonymously. Thank you, Angry Maid. Yeah, I also need to figure out like best practices as well. It's like right now I am I'm doing everything in a single component, and I have everything at the top. We'll try to do it a little bit better. These are all the docs. This is all they give us. So you're saying if I wrap this in curly braces, will it give me what I expect? And then now, ideally, it should be complaining about missing properties. No. It's not defined. Type definition? Whoa, they have the whole codes here. Okay. So the issue with just putting the string is I don't want to specify username. I don't want to specify token. I guess it wants these three things, and then the rest are optional. I see. Okay. I think I can do that. Yeah, that's my idea. That's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna do empty string for all of these. The first one we just pass in as Coding Garden, and then Twitch chat. Did I do that correctly? Then I can specify the things that I want. Like here, I should be able to say params. On connected? And then this will be a method. Connected. That's great. But shouldn't we get a callback for like new messages? Let's see what we can do for params. Oh, I see. These are just extra events that we could listen to. I don't want those. Okay. Now, so somebody mentioned this, but there is a method that would get called when the component mounts. I haven't done that before. Wait, it's a whole widget? No way. No way. You're right. Okay, well then what was the point of me even learning how to use a list view? It's really interesting. We get to see all their source code too, though. Do they have an on message callback? Oh, they have, okay, chatstream.listen. I see. Great. This is what we want. And then in our codes, we have init state. So when the app spins up, is that what this is for? Called when this object is inserted into the tree. Yeah, this is what we want. And so here is where we'll create an instance of a Twitch chat. We'll say it's connected, and then we want to listen for each message. So here we're going to print the message. Great. Easy. Now, I want to load the debug tools. All right, we'll do a full reload. Yeah, open DevTools in web browser. Oh yeah, you're right. I haven't connected either. Okay. So do that. Connect. And then when we get a message, log it to the console. What's up, James Warner? Yeah, my MacBook looks really big from this angle. It's just where my camera is. This is it's just the M1 Mac. I actually don't know what the screen size is. This doesn't look like it's getting called. Let me just print init state. Twitch chat connection closed. I think this is the issue, is if I don't know how to connect anonymously, it's gonna just error out. Yeah, I'm using a literal clothes iron and a 26-inch mat. Oh, there's an anonymous function. Cool. They did not. They don't have that in their docs. Twitch chat dot anonymous. Oh, they have a way of instantiating an anonymous chat. Good call. Thank you, Angry Maid. Thanks for looking into that. Anonymous. Oh, easy. Too easy. Okay. But for, honestly, we could do that ourselves. We could put the username here. Like this. Justin Fan 1234. And this is a remnant of Justin.tv, which is where Twitch chat, or where Twitch came from. All right, Flutter, Twitch chat, connection closed. Reload my app, please. Init state, connected. Send messages in the Twitch chat. Say hello. Yeah. Okay, it's happening. It's happening. Instance of chat message. All right, okay. It is a chat message. I guess, do I have to cast it? Why is this dynamic? It's a stream subscription of type T. Okay. Chat stream is chat controller.stream. Because it can't inherit the type. All right, how can I let it know what the type is? Do I have to manually cast it? And I guess, do they have a chat message type? They do. Yeah, they just don't have any docs. It's fine. I mean, we're looking at the source code. That's probably how Angry Maid is also figuring it out, is just by looking at the source code. We can use inspect. Okay, but can I think I want to cast a, yeah, so specify a type argument like this. Is that possible? Seems like it's not. And then how do I cast something? how do I cast a dynamic value? Actually, I'll just ask ChatGPT. How do I cast a dynamic value to a class? Chat message. They have the as keyword. I think I tried that, Angry Maid. So like, you put the type closure. Oh wait, are you saying after this? No. No, you're not. But let me try the as keyword. There we go. Display name. Oh, change it in the lib is what you're saying? I don't think I want to do that, but I think we're there. At this point, now it should log username and message. That should be it. Send a message in the Twitch chat. Oh, I gotta probably do a full reload for whatever reason. Yeah, it's happening. Great. Yeah, but guess what, everyone? It's this easy. Now all I have to do is push into the messages array. Actually, I could do this. I could accept a add message accepts a message, and then we push that message into the array here. And then we can call add message from right here. So we call add message with a message with these two things. Done. And then we'll initialize the app with an empty array of messages like this. Okay. Here is our chat app, hopefully. Reload. I think it got disconnected somehow. Reload. All right, I think Angry Maid is helping though. I think it should have worked if you specified the type on the closure argument. I don't know what it was missing. I'll try again. Because I would prefer to do something instead of like casting it on a new line. What? Is this able to call this? And then it is calling set state. No. The error is this can't be assigned to parameter of type void function dynamic. Like it wants the type to be dynamic there. All right, the app isn't loading, so I'm gonna stop everything. Just like kill that. Let's go again. F5. What have I done? How about now? I am calling add message, yeah. I see. So if they define the type as dynamic, we can't override the type there, and we're forced to cast it. Oh, the button. I see. And now, yeah, good call. We don't want a floating action button anymore. We would if we were building an app that could send messages, but we're not going to send messages. So I'm literally gonna remove this. Yeah, good call. All right, moment of truth. Here it is. Honestly, we've only been doing this for like an hour. Like in under an hour, I have a Twitch chat with Flutter. Twitch chat app with Flutter. I mean, obviously, you can't send messages. We're not parsing emotes, but at least I've learned enough to like build a UI and use an external library, update state. It's pretty nice. Yeah, it's not horrible. It's not horrible. Okay. How about now? I like so. Here's the sell for this. If you want native performance and a somewhat React like experience, but you don't want to use React Native, Flutter, pretty cool. All right. It's not working. It's not working, and I'm not seeing the output for that. Show me the error console. What went wrong? No file or variance found for asset. Yeah, this library is a little bit buggy. They are expecting me to have a .env file, and then they're just reading it in. I'm just going to create a blank one. I don't know why that's the case, but oh, I want this as well. No file or variance found. Packages Twitch chat. Oh. I need to do it in the packages folder. Where is that at? Where do the packages live for a Flutter app? Yeah, their library is a little bit broken. I mean, I don't know if this is what's causing the build to fail. It is, right? I guess we can do this. We can create a folder called Twitch Chat. I think try building for browser. Check in the pub spec that I am not loading a .env file. I'm not. Yeah, that's what I'm curious about as well, Anix, is like, why did it work earlier? Why are we getting this error all of a sudden? it could be that they're trying to hack my machine. It could be that. All right, I think I'll try that next. But this is probably not the case. But it could be that they publish this library, and this library is sucking up .envs to steal credentials. I hope it's not. I mean, that's why I'm doing anonymous connection, anyways. But all right, people are telling me I can do Flutter clean, and that's going to clean the build folder. Okay. Flutter pub get. So this is going to download all of my dependencies. And now we'll try again. And now they're mining Bitcoin on my machine. They could be. They absolutely could be. Let me just try creating a packages folder. Like, this seems weird to me, but let me just see. I don't think that's what it's complaining about. I think the dependency itself is expecting there to be a .env file, which is why I thought, like, if I go to where this is defined, I see. So it's lib. No, where is that? Pub cache. Where's the pub cache? Oh, there. It's in my home folder. When you did a second build, it tried to add build specs for Android that they have in the library. That's the funny part about Flutter. Hot reloads won't be able to add some funky libraries dynamically. Okay. This is what I was thinking, though. If I go to this, somehow if I can go to this folder, I want to create a .env in here. I guess we could also look at that. Yeah, why is the Android folder complaining? I don't know. Let me tell you what I'm going to do, though. I'm going to go to my pub cache and create this .env file in there and see if that fixes it. Lib main. Go to definition. Can I copy this path, please? All right, I'm just going to go there manually. Give me a second. I don't think Copilot would know this. So we could ask Copilot. I'm a little stubborn, though. But when you're dealing with a third-party library that doesn't have a lot of examples and resources out there, it's going to have a hard time answering your question or figuring out what you want to do. But just to see, let's ask Copilot. Right here, Copilot chat. I'm getting a build error. The build configs are broken for Android. Switch to, well, I want to run it for I have to run it for Android. Okay, let's see what it's saying. in the root folder, create a thing called Twitch Chat. All right. And then there's an assets section of our pub spec. Did they tell us to do this? So the reason it's asking for it now is because of hot reload. So I installed the library while everything was already running, but now when I killed the app and reloaded it, it needs this stuff. But for hot reload, it didn't need it. Okay, Flutter, pub spec, assets, adding assets and images. I see. Okay, here we go. Do I need the Flutter sub? Is this what you're saying we should do? Duplicate mapping key. Yeah, this just at the top level then, right? I have Flutter at the bottom of the file. Oh, I see. Okay, we'll move it there. Great. Now, will it debug? It won't. Okay, I'm gonna go create this file inside of this where this library exists. We are in an ad break. I'm gonna debug this during the ad break. Yeah, it's possible they're only showing ads in certain regions. I fixed it, everyone. You know how I fixed it? I created a .env file inside of the pub cache. Their library is just broken. Yeah, so this would be the equivalent of me having to go into the node modules and like modify something inside the node modules folder. Yeah. But I'll wait till the ad break is over to show you that I fixed it. But I literally created an empty .env file in pubcache hosted Dart Twitch chat. Yeah. Can you leave us with the error message? Yeah. I'll show you. I'll show you the working code. I'll show you. Honestly, I mean, if that Twitch chat library is open source, like we could submit an issue, like a bug report. All right, the ad is over, and I fixed it. Check out my working application. If you send messages in the Twitch chat, they will pop up here inside of this Android app, and then I'll show you how I fixed it, and I'll show you the error that we were getting. Yeah, look at that. It is open source, cool. And honestly, there might be an issue on their repo. YouTube won't work because I haven't connected to the YouTube chat. Honestly, if I wanted to get this working like my overlay, I could connect to my backend, object, because I have a WebSocket backend that's slurping up the Twitch chats and the YouTube chats, and then spitting that out over WebSockets. Oh, like, okay, so like pop-ups for follows. Follows do not come through the Twitch chat. They come through webhooks. They also have this like PubSub API for getting follows. But yeah, you actually don't get follows in the Twitch chat. You would need a backend to get those notifications. Good job. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay, now let's talk about the error that was happening. Error cannot, like, people used to do that all the time because I made this a custom overlay. People try to troll with sending messages to make me think something happened. But this is literally what I did. I went into where that library got downloaded and I created an empty .env file. Because the way the library build was working is like it expected that file to exist. But if I remove this .env file, we're going to get that build error, and I can show it to you. So now if we try to run it, here it is. And honestly, I can use this in my issue report. What the heck? GitHub. Issues. Closed. An issue. Yeah. They have an env in the package itself. Oh, you're completely right. Yeah. But for whatever reason, whenever maybe it's a security thing. Maybe this is new for packages, but when it installed it, there was no env file in the installed folder. It's really hard to copy this error. Like, it wouldn't copy the whole thing. Is there a right-click copy? You're right. Yeah, I could just right-click copy. Great. Error building on Android. What do we call this? Do we call this the pub cache? Where are my Flutter devs at? What do we call this? Yeah, I guess in the pub cache. Right now, this error trying to build for Android on a Mac today. Ooh. I think this is the issue I want to submit, right? Is there anything else I should say? I think ultimately, like, if you look at how they've set things up, it's possible that, like, yeah, in their pub spec, they're expecting this asset to exist. But for whatever reason, what do I call pub.dev? What do I call this? Do I just call it pub.dev? in the Node.js world, we call it np, like we call our package manager npm. So, but apparently, when you publish to pub.dev, it is not including that .env. Yeah. Yeah, that's basically my takeaway. I think I'll do a like what I learned today and what my takeaways are. But that's one of the main ones, is that as a JavaScript developer, things were very familiar to me. And a lot of things I could just guess, and I was able to figure out pretty easily. Okay. Apparently, the .env file is no longer included when apparently. Mention the asset. Yeah. Let's do that. And Sully, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate you. I'll just link this here. Cool. All right, we opened an issue. At least they know that it is an issue now. But like I said, the way I fixed it was literally just create an empty .env. And the thing is, it doesn't have to have anything inside of it because I'm using anonymous auth. Like I'm not even using a token or a username or anything inside of the .env. So just as long as that file exists, now the app will build. And I think it's ultimately because the configuration of that this library expects that file to exist. Honestly, this library shouldn't publish the .env at all. Like they shouldn't have it listed in their assets, because it's up to the user to create that anyways. Regardless, we got a working app. This is it. A platform for getting jobs. I don't know anybody in the chat if you have suggestions for that, but really, I just know of like the most popular ones, right? Like, oh yeah, we could see if it's cross-site scripting inside of a Flutter app running on Android. But before, I've used websites like We Work Remotely, Remote OK, Indeed, that kind of thing. All right, this is all I'm going to do for today. Now I'm going to review everything that we just did. Well, here's the thing. Do we want to do emote parsing? Emote parsing would be ridiculous. Unless, okay, here's the other thing. We could just attempt to use the, they literally give us a list view. I'm pretty sure. Well, it's not a list view. It is just a list. Wait. Now run it on my actual phone. Okay. Easy. I mean, that would be a good end to this, right? I need a USB-C. I need to turn debugging on. All right, so now in Android Studio, I have a physical device listed, and we can set the target device in VS Code. So I think so. We'll stop this. There's a command for target Flutter select device. I'm going to choose my physical device, and then now run it on my phone. Oh, it's happening. Oh, you can see all my fingerprints. Ew. There it is. If you send a Twitch chat message, it'll pop up. Why use Flutter for Android and not for web? You could use it for both. Nice, nice, nice. I mean, it is cool to see the. I really want to get rid of these fingerprints, but you can see the auto scroll is super cool too. Yay! We're real. We're on a real device. But here's the other cool thing: is the Flutter. So this is the other thing to look at: the Flutter DevTools. That should give us DevTool access to the stuff running on the on our phone directly. Okay, so I restarted the app. For some reason, maybe it can't do physical devices. Because it's not showing anything here. Oh well. Oh well. Yeah, let's try that. We'll do it one more time. Open DevTools. Open DevTools in web browser. There we go. Cool. Yeah. So then I have to refresh to manually see the latest UI. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Okay, we did it, everybody. We made a mobile app with Flutter. Let me review what we did today. And we'll get out of here. And Horo, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you. I am live. I'm about to leave, but I am live. It is super interesting that we just did it all in one component like this. But let's set our target device again and run it. If you try hard enough, you can make a Chrome extension with Flutter. I guess so, because you could do it for Flutter for web. I guess that's something to explore though. Is what happens if we choose for web? I guess I didn't even think about this. We could build a website. Okay, let's see how easy that is, and if it just works out of the box. Build for Chrome. Go. I would have to set up the simulator and everything with Xcode. Does the Twitch package support web? I don't know. That could be the issue. That could be an issue if it doesn't. I'm guessing it doesn't. Unsupported operation platform version. So they do not support web. But we could also try for desktop. Let's see that. So select device. This could build a literal desktop app. Yeah. The specific package we're using, Twitch Chat, doesn't support web. That's the issue. But it should. So if we do this, we're gonna get a native Mac desktop app that will look like the Twitch Chat app. Huh? Maybe. We got a window. We got a window at least. Hey, what's up, Pablo? Just finished your second stream. You would have rated, but no worries. Man, if you would have stayed alive, we're ending pretty soon. I could have rated you. Not working. If we look at this package, does it tell us the supported platforms? I mean, it says it supports all of these. It doesn't support web, but it does support desktop. I don't know what's going on here. Apparently, we can't quite get cross-platform just yet, and it could be the package that we're using. So I'm just gonna go back to using the emulator and then starting it up. I think technically we could have opened the dev tools or like the dev tools to see what the error we were getting. I don't feel like debugging it though. Flutter, cool. I could see myself building an app with this. Now, would I choose this over? And actually, let's write this. Let me just take some notes so I can talk about my experience, and then also like just would I use it again, right? Because like we all voted early in the stream to decide what we were going to use for this. There we go. Hey, Mitzik, it's been a while. Welcome in. It did not work for desktop, no, and I don't feel like debugging it, but let's talk about, would I use Flutter again? And actually, let's just give a general overview of what I learned today. So we knew going into this that Flutter is a way of building cross-platform apps. It's from Google. You use Dart, and they have their own way of like building out UIs. So we just followed their documentation. We I think we kind of just went through, what did we do? We did install. Yeah, we went through the install. We simply just followed this. We said we wanted to build an Android app. We followed their docs that told us how everything we needed to install. All of this worked without any hiccups. We were able to get Android Studio, set up an emulator, set up VS Code to be ready to write code with it and everything. And then we created a test app. And honestly, the test app was really all I needed to get a general idea of how everything worked. So we followed this for creating the test app. And this kind of gave us like a base code to start to inspect and look at and see how it does things. And ultimately what we learned is the UI is composed of widgets. Widgets are like components. And like at the top level, we have the material app. And it in turn has a home widget, which we've defined as our home page. And then home page can have more nested widgets, such as like a scaffold is a way of defining the layout of an app that's going to have like an app bar if you're building for mobile, like an app bar, and then a center body, like a body area. And then within the body, you can use more widgets, and they provide layout widgets like center and column for doing layout. And then they also provide widgets like text for doing text content. So if you've used React before, this is similar, but it's not as nice as JSX. It's kind of just like a bunch of method calls. But that's how we compose our UI. And then it's very similar to React in that you have this idea of some state, and you can update that state, and when that state updates, the UI will re-render. So what we have to do is create what's called a stateful widget. It in turn has some kind of state, and then they have this built-in setState method, which can actually, you do modifications to your state inside of that, so it knows that it then needs to update the view. It needs to like rebuild the layout. So we learned the basics just using like this test app, and then from there, I wanted to create an app that could talk to Twitch chat, and I wanted to see if I could do it just based on what I learned from that, and we did. We got it going. So ultimately, we created a stateful widget at the top level. A stateful widget needs a create state, which returns a class which extends state. So this is kind of just like our base setup, and from there, we just put everything in a single widget, basically. I guess technically this isn't a widget. I'm confusing the terminology, but for our purposes, because we're just starting out, we just put everything inside of this. It would make sense eventually to kind of break this out into smaller widgets. We could have had like a message list widget and a message widget and a user line widget to create things like this in the UI and stuff like that. But we have this, and then we had a few variables. So we have our list of messages, which we would be pushing messages into when they come in the Twitch chat. And then init state is kind of like a component did mount. So when this gets called, our component's ready to go. And inside of there is where we connect to Twitch chat. So we found Twitch chat over on pub.dev. So pub.dev is like the NPM of the Flutter world. And I just searched for Twitch chat, and we found this library, which allows us to just connect to Twitch chat and start receiving a stream of messages. So we connect anonymously. We're not putting in a password or an OAuth token or anything. We just connect to the channel we want, and then we can listen for new messages. And then when we get a message, we call our add message function, which does the state update. So this pushes into this list, but because we put that code inside of setState, it knows to update the UI after this code is run. So that's pretty much it. We did all that. And then the other thing we wanted is anytime a new message came in, we wanted to scroll to the bottom. So we figured out how to scroll within a scroll view. Yeah, GitHub Copilot helped with this scroll stuff. Because what we did was initially we just had a list view, and we weren't able to scroll. But then we saw that there was an option to pass in a scroll controller. So we did that. Now we could scroll the view. But now when we add a new message, we want to programmatically scroll to the bottom. And so the other aspect of that is after a state update, we need to make sure that the scroll happens once the UI has already refreshed. And that's what this add post frame callback is for. This is similar to like the second callback you can specify in a setState function in React, where that you know that method will get called after the state has actually been updated. This is similar to that. Basically, wait for the UI to have the latest stuff before we scroll to the bottom. And then you can see how we define the UI. So we have a material app. It was easy enough to also set the dark theme. I guess I haven't even showed you what we built yet. This is what we built. So we have this app that will show the Twitch username, the Twitch message, and then we can scroll. And then if somebody sends a message right now, it will scroll to the bottom automatically. And I'll show you how we basically defined this UI. Yeah, like this. And so as each Twitch message comes in, it automatically scrolls down. But for this, We have scaffolded an app. We have an app bar. So the app bar is just the thing at the top that says Twitch chat. And then we have a list view builder. So list view is built into Flutter, and it lets us build lists. And this is where we passed in that scroll controller. This is similar if you've ever used like Material UI. I do believe they have a way of, maybe it's not Material UI, but in some React component libraries, they have this idea of like giving it the list of data, and then then you specify what should be rendered for each of those items in that array. And so basically item builder gets called for every element in the messages array, and this creates a list tile. So list tile is another built-in widget, and that's how we show that specific message in the UI. So anytime a new message comes in, it gets pushed into the messages array. This thing re-renders, it calls this for the latest message, and then adds a tile to the page. So that's our Flutter app. If we just talk about like my takeaways here, and what I learned, this is very similar to React. If you're familiar with composing UIs of like with components, if you're familiar with like the functional reactive style of basically just updating the state and the view will automatically re-render if you've told it to. Not if you told it to, but if you update the state within a certain section of your app. And so all of that is very similar to React. Like the composition of UI elements, very similar. The way we work with state is very similar. Yeah. The other thing I learned is like Dart is very approachable for JavaScript developers. So the language that we're using here is called Dart. It's a custom language, and I didn't really have to do much work to figure things out. We did look in the docs here about the Dart language, and we kind of just like learned the basic. We went into the introduction, and we kind of scrolled here to learn how do you define variables, how do you define functions, and all of this is very approachable for JavaScript developers. Like, it is a statically typed language, so they do have like type annotations. But other than that, it's C style in that we use curly braces, we use semicolons. Like a lot of this code could very well be just JavaScript code, and you would and it would work. Like essentially like just removing like the type annotations and stuff like that. So there's that. Now I will say we didn't do anything with custom styling. Ultimately, because this is Google and this is you're building apps that use material design. Now there very likely is a way to do it without material design, but ultimately we didn't do any custom styling because we're just using the default material design. But yeah, that's another takeaway is that Dart extremely approachable. I was able to get up and running super quick, and didn't flub over it as well. Oh, they have Cupertino? What? We can make it look like an iOS app? Is it as easy as that? I guess I don't know how to use it. Oh, here it is, Cupertino app. Does it take in all of the same options? They don't have a Dart theme. But everything else seems to work. I'm super curious. So now, I guess we weren't doing anything specific to Android development. So now that we're using the Cupertino app, I'm curious if it's going to look any different. Continue the stream. I'll continue in a second. I'm curious if we can get this working. I see. So we'd have to use the okay. It's more it's more detailed than just using the app there. But it is good to know that you can use the iOS styling as well. All right. What else do I want to say? Yeah, super approachable. What are things that I didn't like? What do I not like? I will say the way of composing widgets seems like it could get out of hand or messy. As far as I know, they don't have any custom language like JSX to be able to compose these widgets. And there's a reason that JSX exists in the React world. Like if we didn't have JSX, our React code would look a lot like this. That we would have to call like react.create element and pass in like the element type and stuff like that. So I could imagine the more complex your apps get, this feels like it could get a little bit messy. It's going to be like super nested like method calls for new widgets and stuff like that. Right now, the way of defining state is also, Mithril looks similar in that you define your elements with like method calls. State management is a little funky. Like the fact that I have to create a state app and then that needs to be called by a stateful widget. Like, why can't I just have these codes inside of the stateful widget? That's weird to me, but I could probably get used to it. What else do I not like? That's pretty much it. I'll also say in terms of what I did like, the dev tools are amazing. This lets you analyze the widget tree and see the state of stuff. Hot reload is fast. Like I can make code changes and it updates the UI automatically. I think I just need to kill this simulator because it's not running. Let's try again. It's so you can change the stateful object and update the page. Yeah, I guess I didn't get into the details of how it all works to really know the reason of why we have to break it apart and like potentially what else would live in this class that wouldn't exist in this class. All right, so it's running here, and let's do a code change. So if I change the title here, Twitch chat, wow, and save. Hot reload. It could be that only certain things will work with hot reload. I think if I press this button, that reloads it. I think it has to do if I'm doing something directly here. So if this wasn't in a variable, if it was actually just in my build function, let's see. Test. Yeah, so there's caveats to hot reloading. Yeah, so if I'm doing things here, this is kind of like your render function, it's going to be able to reload those immediately. But if you've made any changes like to the class itself, to methods or properties, you're going to need to do a full reload in order to get that to show up. Cool. Yeah, hot reload is fast. Dev tools are awesome. Yeah, I think that's it. And so this is ultimately the question we're going to answer is like, would I use Flutter again? And the answer is, I don't know. So at the beginning of the stream, we voted on what to use for mobile dev because there are so many possibilities. There's React Native, NativeScript, Ionic, Framework 7, Quasar, .NET Maui, Flutter, direct mobile development. And personally, because I know web dev, I'm always going to be the fastest with probably Capacitor and then like either Vue or Svelte or even React, because those are things that I already know and they're things that I use on a daily basis. And so if I were building an app that looks exactly like this, I probably wouldn't pick Flutter because I already know how to do the same thing with web dev, so I could be much quicker and there would be less for me to learn. Now, if you're doing something that requires it to be potentially more performant, maybe I might reach for Flutter because, like I said, like this, I like this. Like this makes sense to me. In about an hour, I was able to get that app up and running. So those are things to consider. So the answer, maybe. It ultimately depends on the app. But this is another reason of using web dev stuffs is if I wanted to connect to Twitch chat, I could just find a package on npm, right? And the Flutter ecosystem is a lot newer than like the Node.js and JavaScript ecosystem. So while there are still packages that you can get from pub.dev, they're potentially not as maintained or haven't been around for as long. Because I will say that is one of the things that happened today is we did run into issues with the Twitch chat library. Yeah, so what did I not like? We chose a library that was slightly broken and didn't have the best docs. So there is that. But that's not Flutter's fault. That's the library we picked fault. Yeah, and it is cool. Like there's so many built-in things that I think this is another interesting aspect, right? If you're building Android apps, you typically want to use material design anyways, right? So just using Flutter, you get all of those widgets out of the box. And then apparently you get the Cupertino ones for iOS as well. If you were to go down the route of like using Capacitor with your own UI framework, or I guess if you choose Ionic, you have to use their component library. There's potentially a lot more choices you might have to make if you're doing hybrid mobile for the UI components. I'm not actually familiar with the React Native ecosystem, but this is something to consider as well. Like if you were to use React Native and you want to build something that looks like material design when it's running on Android and Cupertino when it's running on iOS, how easy is that to do? Because from what I can remember from React Native, all of your UI components, you're kind of like building from scratch. I guess they are going to have like basic styles applied to them. I don't know. Those are all things to consider. Overall, good impressions. Like if I'm working on an app where I do think that Flutter fits the bill, I would choose it again. Cool. Yeah. I guess that's a point, right? Like you potentially could just only use Flutter. You don't necessarily have to use external libraries. All right, that's it. That's all. Thank you everybody for tuning in. I'll push all of this code up. So if you go to github.com/codinggarden/tridayfriday, all of these codes will be here in the 0202 folder, so you can take a look. I thank you for all of the supports that we had today. Horo and Soli and Demonical and Protect and Bob and Alka and Mark Boots and Purity Lake. And Muli and Default and Moshiko, thank you for the bits. Thank you all for the supports. Next week, I don't know what we'll do. We'll vote on it, but I think it might be React Native. I don't know. React Native was like the second in the list of things, wasn't it? It like slightly lost out to Flutter, didn't it, or did not .NET Maui? I don't know. Next week. It's up in the air. We're going to vote next week on what we do. Keep an eye on the schedule. I'm actually going to try and get the schedule updated soon. Very, very soon. And you can expect quite a few streams next week. Because I want to not bring back, but we're going to revisit Listed. Next week is the time for it. So if you've been watching Coding Garden for a while, at least the last year, you know that Listed is something we were working on every Friday. But next week, we're going to do at least three Listed streams on top of Tri-Day Friday. We're going to keep Tri-Day Friday, but I'm thinking we stream Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and it's all about Listed. And thank you, Zwedix. Thank you for the tip. Did you have a message? Thanks, CJ. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for the tip. I appreciate that. But that's the plan. And so keep an eye on the schedule. Also, keep an eye on the Discord because I do want to potentially do some pair programming next week with the community as well. So like if Pablo is up for it, I would love to bring Pablo on and maybe we can use one of his libraries that he created. Or he can just pair with us doing some SvelteKit stuff. That would be cool. I don't mean to put you on the spot, Pablo, but that would be cool. Also, we could potentially pair 100% in. Nice. We'll chat in the Discord about it. But we can bring back Newbie Tuesday. So like on Tuesday, we could potentially bring in someone that knows nothing about SvelteKit, and I could pair with them and kind of like teach them as we go. And like we would pick a feature that we were going to be implementing. I don't know. Next week, if you like Listed, you'll be excited about next week. So yeah, join the Discord. Keep an eye on the schedule. Let's get out of here. Aside from that, follow me on Twitter. Follow me on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube and you're not following on Twitch, head over to Twitch and we're about to do a raid. So if you want to join in on the raid, head over to Twitch. Essentially, we're going to take all the viewers of this stream and send them over to some other stream. See you next week. See ya. Here are some raid messages. If you are a sub, you can use this raid message. If you're not a sub, you can use this raid message. And this was fun. Thank you all for helping, for asking questions, and for just being here with me. I appreciate it. Alrighty. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.
Thank you.